Ashet Audio presents A Dance of Chaos, written by David Dalglish, read by Elijah Alexander. Includes a Mac and PC-compatible PDF of a note from the author. To you loyal readers, who have allowed me to live a dream. Prologue. Into the secluded shrine below Palace Thine walked Muzian Ordoth, and he was pleased to see he was not alone. He'd worried that the High Priest of Celestia would be afraid to meet with him in such a clandestine manner, or worse, deem such a meeting beneath him. They met in a place long forgotten, accessible only through ancient tunnels cut into the granite beneath the palace. The shrine itself was lit with forever burning torches that produced no smoke, their yellow light reflecting off the emerald walls. "You should have been here before me, kneeling in prayer to our goddess," said Haern Doltha, rising from his knees before the statuette of Celestia that rested atop the oaken altar. When he turned, his smug distaste tested the limits of Muzian's patience and control. "But then again, you've never been much for prayers and worship, have you?" "I do not appreciate having my faith questioned," Muzian said. "My loyalty to the goddess has not wavered once over this past decade." "I find that hard to believe," Haern said. "Living among humans, trading with them, keeping many in your employ. The goddess commanded us to watch over them, guide them, and remain neutral in their affairs if they would not listen. Pray tell me, how were you doing Celestia's work there in Mordena?" Muzian took in a deep breath, then slowly let it out. He needed to remain calm, and not let his disagreements with the High Priest ruin all he'd done. In the secret records of their people, he would be called the savior of their city, perhaps their entire race. What did a few insults to his pride matter compared to that? But before he answered, he walked past Haern and put a hand atop the nude statuette. It was of their goddess, arms raised above her head, mouth open. Carefully carved to represent the delicate nature of balance, she could have been bound and in pain, or finding pleasure in freedom. Often the viewer's mood was what was reflected back, a subtle point Muzian wished more elves would understand. Above the statuette, carved into the emerald and filled with gold, was a four-pointed star, the fabled form Celestia had taken when coming down to speak with the brother gods before their war hundreds of years ago. It was as symbolic as it was historical, for that same star often represented the sun, showcasing the duality of the goddess, her watchful eye in both day and night. After whispering a prayer for guidance, all while fully aware Haern impatiently waited, Muzian crossed his arms over his chest and met the stare of the priest. Haern was slender, even for an elf, his long hair so white it approached silver. He was young, nearly as young as Muzian. The two had risen in power together over the last century, but it had been Haern who won the position of High Priest, the youngest elf ever to have done so. The wound to Muzian's ego had taken years to heal. The bleeding halted only when he'd realized there were better ways to protect his people than from within the isolated halls of their temples. "I do Celestia's work by protecting her people," Muzian said. "Are her people in danger?" Muzian's jaw clenched tight, grinding his teeth. "You're no fool, Haern," he said. "The humans' temperament toward us has worsened drastically over the past 20 years. They fear us now, that fear bordering on the insane. In their cities, men and women preach hatred toward us, a hatred so primal and raw no peaceful solution will ever suffice." Haern's eyes narrowed. "Is that why you've pulled me down to this forgotten place?" he asked. "To insult my diplomats before they may even speak a word?" Muzian shook his head. Conflict between the races was growing. Everyone could see that. Over the past year, as a way to counter the seemingly inevitable, Haern had championed an initiative to send dozens of trained diplomats to permanently live in Mordena, the capital city of the human nation of Mordan. But Mucian had beat them there by a decade, and he knew the futility of such an attempt. His voice was absent during the debates, for he had no time for such things. He had a war to prevent. "Your diplomats will be made to wait at the gates," Mucian said, stepping closer to Haern. "After a week or so, they'll be allowed in, only to be met with vicious crowds. They'll be cursed at, spat at. Little boys and girls will hurl stones at their heads. Whatever home you think they'll stay in will be burned to the ground. Should they go to speak with the king, they will be denied 9 times out of 10. And whatever audience they find will be brief, and spent listening to the king inform us of our failures and deviousness. This anger the humans feel, it is a sickness, without base, or merit, or reason. It's founded on one thing, Haern: fear." "If all this is true," asked Haern, "then how have you lived there so long?" "Because I want them to fear me." Mucian could feel the conversation slipping away from him, so before the priest responded, he pressed on, letting his anger fuel his words. "Listen well, Haern," he said. "You know war is coming, as sure as the rising sun. It is only a matter of time before the humans raise their banners and descend upon our forests. They'll burn every tree to ash if they must to satisfy their bloodlust. If we don't do something to prevent it, our people will suffer terribly." For once, that smug look faded, revealing a very tired, frustrated Haern. "Of course I know it," he said, "but too many consider the humans as curiosities to be ignored, not feared. They see the borders of our forest as impenetrable. To convince them to permanently station diplomats in Mordena took more effort than you can imagine. Damn it, Mucian, it is easier for me to find an elf eager for war than one who will accept mankind as a legitimate danger." Mucian reached out, put a hand on Haern's shoulder. He tried to remember a time when he'd considered the elf a friend. It felt like a different life, and a gulf of blood and coin lay between. "There's still hope," Mucian said, and he felt his heart speeding up. This was it, the culmination of his plan. "In Mordena, I have formed a guild of men and women loyal to my name. They're bound by greed and ambition, and for that alone they are both predictable and reliable. I've dipped my fingers into every bit of trade, particularly the vices their kings and queens have ruled illegal. The price was dear, Haern, and I've spilled more blood than I wish to see again in my lifetime, but I would gladly pay it 100 times over if it means the safety of our people." "I don't understand," said Haern. "How does a guild of humans spare us from a potential war?" "By bringing the war to them. A minor noble from the southern nation of Kerr has made repeated claims that he could conquer all of Mordan, usually under the guise of some bloated family history. A noble that is firmly in my pocket. From all across Mordena and Kerr, I've secretly contacted mercenary bands, drawing them south to join him. Should he march upon Mordena and place it under siege, my guild will sabotage the defenses, overthrowing that wretched Baden family line that has ruled Mordan for far too long." As Haern listened, his pale face somehow grew paler. "You would incite a rebellion against their king?" he asked when Mucian finished. "Even worse, you would have us explicitly responsible? Should the humans hear—" "They won't," Mucian insisted. "I've used my guild's connections for every step of the plan, protecting our people from blame. When the fighting begins, it will be sudden, chaotic. We'll position the various mercenary groups all across Mordena. At my word, they'll begin burning villages to the ground. The combination of chaos and surprise will prevent the king from properly mustering his troops. And that's when my puppet noble marches on Mordena. The plan will succeed, Haern, I promise you." Haern looked away to the statuette of the goddess. Putting a hand atop it, he closed his eyes, shook his head. "What is it you want from me?" he asked. "If you didn't need help, you'd have already put this plan into motion. Consequences be damned. Musion felt relief sweep through him. If Haern was ready to consider the cost, then the hardest part was over. My guild's trade network is extensive and has grown rapidly over the past few years, but it is still not enough to pay for an entire army's worth of mercenaries. I need the coffers of the priesthood opened to me. With it, I can establish a puppet king loyal to my desires. Even if we fail, we'll plunge the human nations into chaos that will take years to recover from. All I ask is that you trust me. Why come to me? Because what we do must be kept between just us. The fewer who know, the safer we are. You control the coffers, and you alone. I bring before you a plan to save our people. All you must do is give me the word to begin. Haern opened his eyes, and his hand fell from the statuette. That coin is tithed to us so we may build statues and temples to our goddess, he said. It is given to us so we may feed the hungry and clothe the naked. Come the midsummer festival, when we rejoice in the love of our Maker, it is those tithes that pay for every instrument, every singer, every baker. And you would have me spend it on mercenaries to slaughter entire villages in the vain hope of replacing one human king with another? I do what must be done, Musion said, his temper flaring. And I do what the goddess says is right. The humans are flawed, but they hold as much capacity for good as they do evil. We will reason with them, Musion. We will find ways to make them listen to us, to show we are not their enemy, and will do it without becoming the monsters they already think we are. Haern moved to walk past him, and fighting off the beginnings of panic, Musion stepped in his way and halted him with a hand on his chest. This is a mistake, he said. Before us is a threat, and it must be met with full force, not delusions of peace. I do the goddess's work, restoring a balance so horribly broken only the most desperate of paths will save us. How can you not see that? The high priest grabbed his wrist and pushed it aside. Those years in Mordena have corrupted you, Haern said, and what I see is a sad shadow of my former friend. Conquest through coin? Death before peace? Celestia's blessing is not on your hands, Musion. You're more human than elf now. The words were a knife to his heart, and he felt his whole body tremble with rage. Reaching back, he put his hand on the statuette of the goddess, felt the cold stone against his skin. Haern, he said as the priest headed for the door. Yes? Asked Haern, turning about. Musion struck him across the head with the statuette, a corner of the square base crunching into his temple. Haern let out a single cry before dropping to the ground, his entire body limp. When he landed, he splayed awkwardly, the back of his head smacking the hard floor with an audible crack. Dropping the statuette, Musion stood there in the middle of the shrine, feeling panic nipping at the corners of his mind. Her will, he said to the body. I did her will, always her will, yet you'd turn on me? You'd have my 10 years of living among those wretched humans be for nothing? Nothing. He kicked Haern in the side, but there was no reaction. Blood continued to spill across the emerald floor, taking on a purplish hue. Trying to fight down panic, Musion scrambled for ideas. There had to be a way to make his plan work. There had to be a way to salvage the situation. But everything involved coin he didn't have, and with Haern dead, there was little chance for him to obtain any wealth from his brethren. Turning, he let his eyes fall upon the statuette, which lay on its side, the bottom stained with the priest's blood. I did this for you, Musion said, voice dropping to a whisper as he fell to one knee and reached out to take it. Tell me what to do, my goddess. My actions were just. I know it with all my heart. Please, tell me how to save our people. The fingers of his left hand closed about the goddess's legs, and he bowed his head, eyes closed. He prayed for a voice, a sign, a whisper of wind in his ear. But instead he only felt pain. It grew steadily, burning, charring, but he refused to relent. Haern was wrong. Celestia would not abandon him so. She would not betray him. But why did his hand burn? Why did the pain sear into him, and why must he now be screaming? At last he could stand no more. The statuette dropped to the ground, and when he opened his eyes, he saw a brief glow fading from the stone. As for his hand, he held it shaking before him, saw the blackened remains through the blur of his tears. His skin was charred, and with every twitch of his fingers, fresh pain shot up his arm. "No," Musion whispered, tears falling. "No, damn it, no!" Slowly he stood, his chest suddenly hollow as Haern's words echoed in his mind. "You're more human than elf now." More human? Then so be it. Let the elven lands burn. Let humankind destroy the home of his former kin. Drawing a knife from his pocket, Musion walked to the altar where the statuette had first rested. Dropping to one knee, he let his voice soften into prayer, let his whispers echo across the unseen void. "If you would deny me, then I deny you as well," he told the goddess as he took the sharpened edge to the tip of his left ear. "If you would rebuke my attempts to save your people, then let them all perish." He cut into the ear, removing the curled tip that set him apart from the men and women he'd walked among throughout the city of Mordena. As the blood ran down his neck, he took the knife to the other ear. After 2 quick breaths, he cut it as well. Rising back to his feet, he sheathed his knife and clutched the bloody stumps of cartilage tightly in his darkened hand. "If I am more human than elf, then let me become the greatest at being human," he swore to the heavens. Their love of coin, their lust for power, their hearts ruled by pride and slaves to ambition. Everything they cherish shall be my God, my only God. I need no other. With that done, he kissed the burnt flesh of his hand, felt the heat of it on his lips, and then exited the hidden shrine. The severed tips of his ears he left atop the altar, just beneath the 4-pointed star. His final sacrifice to Celestia. His first to a new god of blood and coin. Chapter 1. Not since Elisa Gemcroft unleashed her army of mercenaries upon the streets of Veldaren had Haern felt so at risk while racing along the rooftops. Before, he could use the cover of night and the blend of his cloaks to disguise his allegiance. Now those of the night belonged to the sun, and they bore no cloaks at all. Before, the various politics and feuds among the guilds had kept his foes in check, and the Watcher's reputation alone had prevented most sane men from engaging him willingly. But times were no longer sane, and Haern could only guess how the master of the Sun Guild would react to the Watcher's return. Haern slowed his run, then stopped completely at the edge of a home, careful to keep his footsteps light, his weight evenly distributed. He was nearing the castle, and there would be no densely packed homes to rely upon anymore. Grabbing the edge of the roof, he swung himself low, landed with but a whisper of sound on the cobbled stone. A quick glance up and down the street showed no one. Not that that meant much. Eyes were everywhere in Veldaren, more so now than ever before. Noticeably absent were any patrols by the city guard. From what Tarlak had told him, the king had given the Sun Guild near total immunity to any sort of punishment, and it seemed keeping the guard at home was the easiest way to accomplish that. Haern frowned, and for hardly the first time he wished a better man sat on the throne. Before him loomed the castle, its large double doors shut and barred. Scaling the stone walls to the upper windows wasn't the hardest thing to do, but Haern had no need. Keeping to the shadows, he looped around to the eastern side of the castle, opposite the attached prison. There, he found one of the many soldiers posted for patrol, an older man with a gentle demeanor that seemed to run counter to the armor he wore and the sword strapped to his thigh. Haern gave one last look about to ensure no one watched, then dashed toward the soldier. Instead of being alarmed at the sudden approach, the man only nodded curtly. "You're late," he said, putting his back to Haern and walking over to the stone wall of the castle. After a quick whistle, a rope fell from one of the battlements. "Had to be more careful than usual," Haern said, grabbing the rope. "Ain't that the truth?" said the soldier. Haern flew up the rope, easily scaling the castle and climbing onto the stone battlement, which was little more than a balcony overlooking that side, accessible through a single heavy door. Waiting for him, arms crossed and armor polished, was the man responsible for protecting the city of Veldaren, Antonil Copernus. "You've been gone a while," Antonil said as Haern pulled the rope back up. "Almost thought your note to meet was a trap or trick." "By who? The Dark Hand?" asked Haern. "He seems more the type to demand a meeting, not request it." "Given past experience, it's more that if Musion wished a meeting, he'd break into my bedroom to have it." Antonil shook his head. "Gods damn it. Where have you been? The city's gone to shit in your absence, in ways we never could have anticipated." Haern thought of his trek to the stronghold with Delicia and his father, of how fruitless it had turned out to be, and he pulled his hood lower over his face. "My reasons were my own," Haern said, "and I thought the Sun Guild was crushed when I left. I pray you'll forgive me the error, so long as I make it right." Antonil rubbed his eyes with his thumb and forefinger. The man looked exhausted, and though they met just before midnight, Haern knew the late hour had little to do with it. The responsibilities of his station, coupled with his inability to fulfill them due to the terror Musion inspired in the king, was clearly wearing on him. "If you want to make it right, bring me Musion's head so I can hang it by the ears over the city gate," Antonil said. "Hopefully that's the reason you've requested our little clandestine meeting, to let me know of the bastard's impending fate." Haern chuckled. "I wish," he said. "No, I have something far worse to share, Antonil, something I need you to swear to secrecy until we have a way to deal with it." The man frowned, the dark circles beneath his eyes making him look more dead than alive. "You have my word," he said. "Now what is it that could possibly be worse than an insane elf who's declared himself unofficially king?" Haern almost didn't tell him. There wasn't much the man could do beyond spreading panic if he refused to keep his mouth shut, but Antonil was a loyal ally, and had proven his trustworthiness a dozen times before. Given the dire situation the city was in, he needed all the help he could get. "Have you seen the tiles bearing the mark of the sun that Musion's placed all throughout the city?" he asked. Antonil looked surprised at the question. "I have," he said, brow furrowing. "What of them?" "They've been magically enchanted with a spell, a very powerful and dangerous one. Last night, Tarlak discovered just how powerful." Antonil suddenly straightened his spine, his arms falling to his sides. When he spoke, it was as if his jaw didn't want to move. "The explosion in the Western District," he said. "I just thought it another mess caused by you or the Ash Guild. It was one of the tiles, wasn't it?" Haern let out a sigh. "It was," he said. "That explosion leveled 2 homes and blasted a fair chunk out of the wall surrounding the city. A wall that has stood for years, a wall more than 10 feet thick, built with ancient stone." "I know." Antonil turned away, ran his hands through his hair, and then suddenly spun about, striking his fist against the door behind him. "Do you know how many of those tiles have been buried against the castle's walls?" he asked. 24 at last count. More than enough to level the whole damn thing. We have to get them out, and now." "You can't," Haern said, and he felt a pang of guilt for his words. It seemed everything he said drained more hope and life from the man. "There's an enchantment upon them, something that messes with their weight and makes them nearly impossible to move by hand. If you do succeed, it will only break the magic and cause the tiles to activate immediately." The weight of the words seemed to be settling on Antonil, and they were heavy indeed. "These tiles," he said, "if they're magical, isn't there anything Tarlak can do to disarm them?" "Perhaps," Haern said after a moment's hesitation. Tarlak's rambling tirade about the differences between clerical and arcane magic, as well as the careful wardings built into each of the tiles, flashed through his mind. It's complicated, though, and Tarlak's made little progress. Even trying to analyze one risks setting the spell off, killing anyone nearby. These tiles weren't buried in quiet little corners, I'm sure you've noticed. I have, Antonil said. He walked to the edge of the battlement, joining Haern, and put his hands on the short stone wall. Swallowing hard, he overlooked the city, and Haern knew he was remembering all the places he'd seen those tiles on his patrols, every intersection, every home, every shop. What does he want? Antonil asked, his voice now a whisper. If you mean Musion, I'm not sure, Haern said. It's possible he was used by someone else to smuggle them into the city. So far he's made no threats and given no ultimatums. It may only be a final measure should he fail to retain control of the underworld. Honestly, I don't think we're supposed to know what they do yet. If we act quickly enough, we might be able to salvage the situation into something resembling a happy ending. Antonil laughed, so tired, so bitter. A happy ending, he said. I don't see that ahead of us. Haern put a hand on Antonil's shoulder, patting the steel pauldron protecting it. Don't lose hope just yet, he said. I'm here now, remember? He grinned, and despite his dour mood, Antonil grinned back. I guess there's always the chance you'll pull off another miracle, the guard captain said. Stay safe, Watcher. Strange as it sounds, these streets are no longer yours. Haern grabbed the coiled rope at his feet and tossed it over the side. They were never mine, he said. But until I die, they will always be under my care. Over the stone he went, using his cloak to protect his hands as he slid down. The rope curled once around his arm. The moment his feet touched ground, the rope ascended. I pray matters went well, said the lone soldier. Best as I could hope, Haern said as he returned to the dark streets. It took less than 30 seconds to spot a man following him from the corner of his eye. Picking up his pace, Haern traveled the main road running south from the castle to the heart of the city. The tail, a younger man lurking on the rooftops, had to abandon stealth to maintain the chase, making it easy for Haern to get a look at the man's chest and the 4-pointed star sewn across it. Will Musion make his move against me already? Haern wondered, suddenly cutting right, his first deviation in several minutes. So far, he'd had no interaction with the mysterious elf since returning from his trek west to infiltrate the stronghold. A quick glance behind showed the tail grabbing the side of a rooftop and using it to swing down to the ground. Vanishing into an alley out of the man's sight, Haern turned, drew his swords, and began counting. At 4, he rushed forward, perfectly timing the man's arrival into the alley. Before he could even ready a dagger, Haern's sabers were at his throat. I pray you were hoping to talk, Haern said as the young man's eyes widened. Because anything else is suicide. No, the man said, and he looked ready to piss his pants. Tracking your movements, that's all I swear. That's right, said a voice behind Haern. I'm the one actually looking for a fight. Haern kneed the first man in the stomach, then kicked him to the ground before spinning to face his boastful challenger. Approaching from the other end of the alley, 2 long dirks drawn and twirling in hand, was a dark-skinned man with the Sun Guild's emblem sewn onto his shirt. The man's hair was long and braided in a fashion Haern recognized as more common to the distant land of Kerr. You should have used what little surprise you had, Haern said, settling into a stance, gaze flicking to the rooftops in case there were more ambushers. So far he saw none, but when it came to the Sun Guild, Haern had learned to expect the worst possible scenario. I don't want anyone claiming I was lucky instead of skilled, said the challenger. You're a fool and a fake watcher. Whatever reputation you had, it's about to be mine. With a sudden cry, the man charged. Dirks pulled back for a thrust. Haern dashed to meet him, easily recognizing an overinflated ego when he saw it. He'd grown up in Thren Fellhorn's shadow, after all. Such an attitude meant overzealous aggression, and the easiest path to victory was to crush it immediately. The man thrust his dirks with admirable speed, but the placement was exactly where Haern had expected. Parrying both with a swipe of his left hand, Haern continued forward, lashing out with his right hand while twirling to deftly avoid the man's desperate charge. His saber found flesh, the man let out a gargle, and then he collapsed, a tangle of limbs and leaking blood. Haern shook the blood off his saber and looked back to the man who'd first been tailing him. Instead of running, he stood in the alleyway, arms crossed. "Shouldn't you have fled?" Haern asked. "Why?" The confidence with which he spoke alerted all of Haern's senses. Glancing back to the rooftops, he saw that this time he was not alone. 4 men lurked at the edges, crossbows in hand. He spun to find 4 more emerge at the other end of the alley, blocking it off. Joining the first man were 3 more members of the Sun Guild, and they too held either daggers or small crossbows. The ambushers said nothing, and other than sealing the exits, they remained still, crossbows pointed but not fired, swords drawn but held low. There was something eerie about how silent they remained, these ghostly specters. Had Muzian ordered them to remain quiet? Haern had a feeling that was the case. And then the wall of men parted before him, and in stepped Muzian the Dark Hand. He was taller than Haern had expected, his thin body draped with a black coat. The front of his dark umber hair was carefully braided and then tied behind his head, so not a strand dared interfere with his vision. His long ears ended at abrupt scars instead of upturned points, and, true to his name, his left hand was blackened as if by fire. The elf smiled, and while Haern had expected him to be smug, instead he looked intrigued. "The Watcher of Veldaren," Muzian said, and he extended his darkened hand in greeting. "I have longed to meet you, and witness your prowess with my own eyes." He glanced to the dead body at his feet. "The fool was a foreigner who insisted his skills were equal to yours. I hope you do not mind me letting him pay for his boast." The elf was trying to be friendly, but his casual dismissal of a former guild member's life, and the way he made everything seem like a harmless game, made Haern's throat tighten. "I take no joy in killing," Haern said, "nor do I appreciate being used for your amusement." Muzian's smile grew, and this time Haern saw the smug satisfaction he'd expected. "What makes you think you have a choice in the matter?" he asked, then continued without waiting for an answer. "This city, no, this world, is for our amusement, Watcher. We're here as playthings for gods, faulty toys that break at the slightest angry touch. You ended the life of an idiot and a braggart. You know nothing of him, of his family, could not even give me his name if I offered you 10 tries. To you he was an opponent to be killed. To me he was a chance to behold your legendary skills. Now he is dead, and unworthy of remembrance." Haern knew arguing was pointless, and he kept his hood low and his legs crouched. With so many watching, reaching Muzian would be difficult, but not impossible. Swords clenched tightly in his hands, he kept his instincts on edge, kept his eyes open for a possible opening for attack. "No words?" asked the elf. "Fair enough. I only need an answer from you, so remain silent until then. Keep your hood low, your jaw locked in a frown. You've crafted an interesting persona, Watcher, and for years it has suited you well. But I hold no fear of a man whose face I cannot see. I do not dread finding your cloaks in my shadows. When you were but a thought in your father's mind, I was conquering the streets of Mordena. Bards have sung of my red wine since you were a babe suckling at your mother's breast. Whatever pride you have, whatever reputation you think you've built, know it means nothing to me. Do that, and perhaps you and I may come to an understanding." "And what might that be?" Haern asked. A bit of hope sparkled in Muzian's eye. "That you belong as my champion, and as a potential heir to the sun." Haern wasn't the only one surprised. He sensed the shock and intrigue sweeping through the men surrounding him. No doubt many had once belonged to the various thief guilds native to Veldaren. They knew what it would mean if the Watcher joined the Sun Guild. "You're insane," Haern said. "Far from it." The elf drew a sword from his hip, and Haern braced for an attack that never came. "You were once this city's underworld king," Musian said, pointing the blade at him. "Every faction, from the guilds to the trifect, feared your wrath. Alone you conquered Veldaren, but you are not alone anymore, and you face an enemy you will never conquer. In a way, you were my predecessor. But while you were willing to let others pretend to retain their power, I have neither the patience nor the goodwill to do so." "I never sought to rule," Haern said. Musian laughed. "Then, unlike you, I am also unwilling to lie to myself. You ruled, Watcher, with a fist made of shadow instead of iron. I would offer you that position again. What we have now, is it not a peace greater than the one you fostered? No guilds are left to prey on one another. The trifect continues to pay us for protection, and it is without need of the king's involvement or your constant overseeing. What you created was fragile, precarious. I have fostered something greater, something eternal." At that, Haern slowly stood to his full height, and he held his sabers out to either side. "Your creation is the same as mine," he said. "Each ends at our deaths. Forgive me if I find amusement in your claim to never tell yourself lies. You're as delusional as the dead man at your feet." Musian's amusement quickly vanished. The elf shook his head, and he slowly began to pace before Haern. "A fate you may soon share if you resist me," Musian said. "Whatever skills you have, they are not enough. I can train you, mold you into something unbelievable. Should I die, my creation will live on, for it will be in your hands, and then in the hands of whom you yourself choose. The sun rises, the sun falls, always and again. I need no truth beyond that." Haern shifted, using his cloaks to hide the tensing of his legs. The men around him were growing anxious, unprepared for a discussion when they'd anticipated a battle. If he could keep the bantering going, make it seem he could be swayed. "I'm not sure I share your truth, Musian," he said. "No matter my actions, the sun will rise tomorrow. Your guild, however, can be broken, your men scattered to the four winds." The elf's brow furrowed. "Kneel before me, or die before me," he said. "You have no other fate, Watcher." Haern's grim smile spread across his face. "Then prove it." He lunged, feet kicking up dirt behind him as he flew toward the elf. The gap closed in a heartbeat, and Musian had time to shout only a single word before lifting his sword in defense. "Don't!" Two crossbows fired despite the order, both misjudging Haern's speed and punching holes through his trailing cloaks. Twirling his body for added strength, Haern brought his sabers slashing in, hoping to cut across the elf's shoulder and down his chest. Instead of falling back into a defense, Musian stepped forward, sweeping his sword wide and into the way of Haern's swing. Despite all Haern's strength poured into the attack, the block succeeded with ease, and suddenly the elf was far too close. A slender hand shot out, grabbing him about the neck. Momentum halting with a jarring wrench of his spine, Haern tried to kick the elf in the stomach, but Musian twisted, simultaneously avoiding the blow while hurling Haern to the ground. Haern rolled, tucked his feet underneath him, and then exploded out in a double thrust. Musian's blade looped about, something maddeningly casual about the way he parried the two hits, took a step back, and then smacked aside Haern's follow-up attack. Haern refused to relent, forcing Musian to keep his sword dancing, batting from side to side against his flurry of blows. Haern's speed, his constant shifting of positions, and attempts at disguising angles never seemed to matter. Haern hammered at the lone sword 3 times in such rapid succession it sounded like a single hit, then used his right hand to attempt pushing the blade aside, his left thrusting toward what he hoped to be Musian's exposed heart. Musian's sword dipped beneath the push, swooped about, and then parried the thrust, all with such speed his blade was a blur. Haern tried cutting back in before Musian could reset his position, but then the elf's leg snapped out, foot connecting with his abdomen. Letting out a cry, Haern fought through the pain to swing sabers lacking the strength they should have. Musian batted them aside with ease, and too late Haern realized the elf had positioned himself close enough that his leg could loop behind Haern's left ankle. A step, a push, and Haern fell to his back. Down came Musian's blade, the tip halting an inch from Haern's exposed neck. Haern remained perfectly still, knowing any movement could spell the end. Above him hovered Musian, and staring into his eyes, Haern saw no malice, no anger, just disappointment. "I've cut only your pride," he said. "Don't make me cut deeper." To be beaten, and so easily, certainly wounded his pride. But the far more powerful emotion was the fear he felt growing in his stomach, squirrely and unwelcome. The elf held his life in his hands, yet the only thing that mattered to Musian was how Haern had not lived up to his expectations. This was who now ruled Veldaren? This was whom he needed to defeat? True to his words, Musian was not afraid of him in the slightest. No, just disappointed. "Despite everything, you still believed you were better," Musian said. The tip of the sword lowered, the cold steel gently touching Haern's neck. Every maneuver, every thrust and parry carried that arrogance. Deep down, you felt your skill would overwhelm mine. Do you understand your error, Watcher? You will never defeat me. You will never even challenge me. There is so much you can learn at my hands, but only if you submit. Only if you humble yourself to one who is greater. Otherwise, the tip drew a single drop of blood. Otherwise, you will die at these hands, having learned nothing at all. Musian withdrew the blade, sheathing it while walking away. He showed no fear at putting his back to Haern. "Reconsider my offer," the elf said as he dismissed the rest of his guild with a single hand gesture. "Despite this poor performance, I still feel you are the most qualified to inherit my legacy." "I won't," Haern said as he slowly rose to one knee. Blood trickled down his neck, and he had to grit his teeth against the continued pain where Musian had kicked him. "I will never swear allegiance to someone like you." Musian cast a glance over his shoulder. "Then get out of my city," he said. "You are unwelcome here." With that, he sprinted down the street, black coat flapping behind him. Haern watched him vanish, and the fear in his gut continued to grow. "My city," Musian had said. They were familiar words, an oft-made claim in the city of Veldaren, but for the first time, Haern believed them. As he stood and sheathed his sabers, he wondered if there was any real chance for him to challenge such a claim. His father had thought the city his, and in a night of blood and killing, Haern had wrested it away from him. But Musian was not his father. Musian was something greater, something worse. "My city," Haern whispered, words he himself had once believed. Glancing to his left, his eyes settled upon one of many stone tiles bearing the mark of the Sun Guild, placed just before the entrance to a home. He felt the threat they presented on his shoulders, unshakable, undeniable. The shame of his defeat burned in his heart, and he knew he had to be better, knew he had to become stronger, fiercer. Perhaps, he dared consider, to save the city, he needed to believe it his again. Pulling his hood lower over his face, he ran back to the Eschaton Tower, hoping in vain that come daylight, Tarlac would have a better plan in mind. Chapter 2. With her heart in her throat, Zusa returned home as the sun rose over the city wall. The soldiers at the mansion gate offered her strange looks, but they recognized her and did not dare comment. "Welcome back," one said, and even that earned him a glare from the guard beside him. Zusa crossed the yard at a clip, for despite her best attempts, she felt her nerves already fraying. Not since her argument with Elisa the night before had she come back to the estate, or spoken with her beloved friend. She still wore the ill-fitting clothes stolen from Daverick after his death, and the bloodstains earned her another strange look from the armored man guarding the front door. A man whose tabard, she realized, signified him as loyal to Victor Kane, not Elisa. Given their future marriage, perhaps that was a pointless distinction to make, but she made it nonetheless. "Would you mind?" Zusa asked when the man refused to move from the door. "Lord Victor needs to approve all guests before they enter," the guard said. "Your name, please?" Zusa swallowed down a rock in her throat, and for a split second she debated cutting the man's throat and entering anyway. "Zusa," she said instead, "and if you do not move, I will ensure Elisa banishes you from these grounds forever." The man grunted. "No need for that," he said. "I've been warned of you." Warned? The phrasing insulted her, but she rolled her eyes and did her best to ignore it. The man stepped aside and banged twice on the front door. It opened from within, and Zusa pushed on through into the mansion. Ignoring an offered escort, she hurried down the hall. She felt eyes on her from every soldier, every servant, and she tried telling herself it was just her imagination. It was her lack of wrappings. She felt strangely naked without them, even though she'd dressed in regular clothing during her time in Angelport with Haern. As ridiculous as it might sound, she felt as if everyone who looked upon her knew of her vow to never wear the wrappings again. Turning a corner, she had to stop herself from running into a very tired, very pale boy. "Nathaniel?" Zusa asked, kneeling before him and running a hand across his face. The boy blushed and turned away at her touch. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine," he said, his words a mumble. "Not sleeping well is all. Bad dreams." "I have not slept well either," she said, forcing a smile. "Perhaps it is something in the air?" That something was Victor, of course, and they both knew it. Nathaniel smiled at her, offering a glimpse of the carefree boy he used to be. When she stood, he suddenly lurched forward, wrapping his arm around her leg in a hug. "You're not leaving us, are you?" he asked. She put a hand atop his head. "That's not up to me." Hardly the answer he was looking for, and Zusa chastised herself for such carelessness. Nathaniel had done nothing to earn her ire, and he was clearly handling the changes no better than she. The boy deserved far better. They both did. "Hey, listen," she said, kneeling back down and putting her hands on his shoulders. "No matter what, I will never leave you. I'll never abandon you, Nathaniel. No matter what happens between me and your mother, you'll never be alone. Do you understand?" He nodded and sniffled a bit. "I do," he said, and he squirmed as if embarrassed. "Good." She kissed his forehead, then stood. "Have you had anything to eat yet?" he asked. "I'm on my way to get something from the kitchen. You could come with me." Zusa smiled at him as she gestured to her clothes. "Perhaps soon," she said, "but I must change first. Do you know where your mother is?" "In her room." Nathaniel shuffled his feet. "She doesn't come out much. I don't think she's very happy." Zusa let Nathaniel go before continuing down the hall. "It seems no one is," she said, whispering so the boy would not hear. At the grand doors to Elisa's bedroom, Zusa paused. There were no guards, nor any servants waiting for orders. Had they been dismissed? And if so, by whom? Shaking her head, Zusa knocked twice, then leaned against the door, her forehead touching the sturdy oak. "Yes?" she heard Elisa say from within. For a moment Zusa almost left. She remembered their fight, the painful dismissal, the implication she was nothing more than a servant. "It's me," she said, memories be damned. Even if Elisa refused, she was coming in. "It's not locked." That was enough for Zusa. She slipped inside, then shut the door behind her. Elisa lay in the center of her bed, the curtains to her windows both raised, flooding the room with light. In one of those beams she lay, her red hair shining vibrant, her pale skin beautiful. Tainting the image were her missing eyes, the glass fakes still in a jar on a bedside table. Light spilled into those open cavities, the sight of veins and tissue enough to spoil whatever radiance Elisa emitted. Zusa felt an ache in her heart, and she forced herself to move, ignoring Elisa and instead going to the enormous closet and flinging it open. "What are you looking for?" Elisa asked, sitting up on the bed. "Clothes." Zusa pushed deeper into the closet, pulling open drawers, scanning the various shirts. She needed something practical, and of sturdier fabric than the silky things Elisa had collected or inherited over time. "What of your wrappings?" she heard Elisa ask from behind her. Glancing back, she saw that Elisa had left the bed and was coming to join her. "I'll wear them no more." Elisa hesitated. "Is there a particular reason?" she asked. Zusa found a gray shirt and pulled it from the drawer. She told herself to stop caring about their last meeting. She told herself not to bother with Elisa's affairs, whom she married, whom she trusted. She told herself not to be upset. It didn't help. "Yes," she said, "but I'd rather not speak of it." Even in the best of circumstances, discussing Daverick's death would have been difficult. Worse would have been trying to explain why she'd continued wearing her wrappings after turning her back on Karak and his faceless. To explain it was her way of keeping the memory of her sisters alive, by flaunting her body in the clothing once meant to hide and shame it. "Zusa," Elisa said, taking another step closer. "We must talk. Last night—" "Where do you keep your servants' clothes?" Zusa interrupted. "Servants?" Elisa asked. "Why?" "Because you have only dresses to wear, and I need breeches that will not tear and rip after a single night upon the rooftops." And then, because she could not help it, "And if I'm merely a servant to you, it seems appropriate I dress like one, even if it is like the men instead of the women." "Stop it. You know that isn't fair." Zusa spun to find Elisa blocking her way out of the closet. The woman faced her with those empty eye sockets, and it seemed they conveyed her anger and frustration far better than any glass ones possibly could. "Fair?" asked Zusa. "I didn't know fair meant anything in this world, particularly yours. Now please, let me through." "You're upset, I understand," Elisa said. "Please, let me help." "If you want to help," Zusa said, slipping past her and heading toward the bedroom door, "then procure me a handful of silver coins." "Silver? For what?" Zusa paused at the door. "For my 9 years of loyal service," she said. "I'd think myself at least worth that much." She left, but it seemed Elisa would not be so easily brushed aside. She followed her into the hall, her left hand touching the wall with each step. "Zusa, stop," she said. "Stop, or I will have my guards make you." Zusa did, turning and glaring at a servant who stood in the doorway of a nearby guest room with her mouth open. "Give your mistress privacy," Zusa said, slamming the door shut. Before her fingers left the door handle, Elisa's hand closed around hers, clutching her with intense strength. "Zusa, enough of this," Elisa said. "If you're angry, then tell me. If you're hurt, then tell me. Don't do this. Don't lash out like a child." "First a servant, then a child," thought Zusa, and she laughed despite her pain. "Can it get any worse?" "If you want us to talk, then we shall talk," Zusa said. "But not here. Come with me. I still need to get dressed." Left hand holding Elisa, she went down the hall to one of the servants' quarters. Barging in, she found several occupying the room. 2 playing a game of cards, the rest relaxing from duties they'd no doubt performed overnight. "Leave us," Zusa said as she let go of Elisa's hand and walked through the rows of double bunk beds to 4 dressers stacked side by side. "Please," Elisa added as the others turned to her. "It will only be a moment." The servants were wise enough, or trained well enough, to not ask questions, and they quickly filed out, the last one shutting the door behind him. As Zusa began pulling open drawers, Elisa came up behind her. "You're upset I likened you to a servant," she said. "I'm not a fool. I can tell that much." Finding a pair of dark gray breeches, no doubt for a man, Zusa held them to her waist. The length looked good, just a tiny bit too long, but it'd be easy enough to roll them at the ankle. Tossing them on a nearby bed, along with her shirt, she started searching for a belt. She found several, all thin and designed to hold up nothing heavier than the pants below. Ignoring Elisa, she went to the door and yanked it open, not at all surprised to find two of Victor's guards lurking outside. The servants had likely summoned them the moment they left. "Fetch me a sword belt," she told one. "Elisa's orders. Find the smallest one you have." She shut the door before they could protest. That done, she removed her cloak, set it atop the bed with the rest, and then began stripping down. "It's not that you likened me to a servant," Zusa said as Elisa stood in the center of the room waiting for a response. "It's that you say it only because Victor demands it of you." "Is that what this is about? My betrothal to Victor?" Elisa took a step closer. "Or that you think I am putting him above you?" Now naked, Zusa pulled the shirt over her head, pleasantly surprised by its looseness. Given Elisa's smaller size, she'd thought it'd be tight, but the shirt must not have been originally hers. "You are putting him above me," she said, "and even worse, putting him as your equal. You're a lady of the trifecta, Elisa. He should be groveling at your feet for the privilege of entering your family's bloodline." She pulled on the pants, and they were as long as she'd feared. Sitting down on the bed, she began folding them, forming small, tight rectangles along the bottoms. "Don't act as if this is about me," Elisa said, crossing her arms over her chest. "This isn't about my reputation, or my legacy as a member of the trifect. It's something far more selfish than that. Tell me what bothers you, Zusa. Let me hear it so we can move on, and you return to the mansion like you belong." "You wish to know what I want?" Zusa asked. She stood and crossed the room so she could grab Elisa's hands. "I want you to trust me. End your betrothal to Victor, and banish his men from your mansion. Trust me to protect you. Trust me to keep Nathaniel safe, and to ensure no one dares interfere with his inheritance. You need no one else. Trust me, Elisa. Trust me to be at your side. Always and forever. Is that so wrong of me to desire? Is it really so selfish a request? Always and forever?" It seemed all the air was sucked from the room. Elisa's hand reached up, and softly she trailed a finger along Zusa's face, trembling only when her fingertip brushed a tear that drifted down her cheek. "I would have you nowhere else," she said. "But what you want, it is wrong. Because I don't think you can, Zusa. It's too much for your shoulders to bear alone. Right now, I ask that you trust me to know what I'm doing, and that what we do is best."
"Yes," said Zusa, bitterness in every word. "Because your judgment in men has never once been in error."
It was a hateful thing to say, and she knew it. So did Elisa. "Perhaps not just in men," Elisa said, and she pulled her hand back and clutched it into a fist. "Apologize now," thought Zusa, "before the wound is too deep." But the hurt moved both ways, and it gave her an easy stubbornness to rely upon. Biting her tongue, she returned to the door and opened it. On the other side, looking confused, was one of the house soldiers. In his hand he held several sword belts. "I pray these are sufficient?" the man asked. Zusa grabbed the smallest one, shut the door, and then began looping it about her waist. It also had been designed for a man, and she had to use a dagger to pierce a hole in the leather so she could cinch it tight enough. That done, she brushed past Elisa into a closet, found a pair of boots, and pulled them on. Meanwhile, Elisa said nothing, only stood listening to her prepare. She resembled an animal in waiting, poised to strike. When Zusa tried to pass her for her cloak, Elisa reached out, grabbing her by the shoulder and clutching her tight. "Stop," she said. "Please, just stop. I cannot do this. I won't. I'm sorry I can't trust you like I should, Zusa, but doing so would only get you killed. To let that happen. For years I've asked everything of you. For once, let me spare you that burden. Veldaren is crumbling, and while I am bound to its destruction, I will not carry you down with me. Victor is but a flailing fool, the thinnest hope in a world where I truly believe there is none. If his plans fail, let him be the one to suffer, and I at his side. But not you, and not Nathaniel. You don't need to do this, Zusa insisted. Leave Veldaren. Put this damn place behind you, and let us build a life in Riverrun or Angelport. We don't need Victor to find happiness. Just you, Nathaniel, and me. Elisa closed her eyelids, head tilting, frown growing. A wonderful dream, she said. But just that, a dream. I won't flee from this. It's not in me to do so. Whatever legacy I carry with me to my grave, I would rather it be one of blood than of cowardice. That was it, then. Zusa didn't know what else to say. She felt her heart breaking, felt the friend she'd rescued from a damp, dark cell suddenly becoming a woman who knew only death and hopelessness. "I love you, Elisa," she said. "Does that not matter?" Elisa took a step back, eyelids still closed. For a moment she debated her words, a long, interminable moment for Zusa. "In a different lifetime, a better lifetime, it would matter," she said so softly, so carefully. "But not this one." Zusa grabbed her daggers off the nearby bed and jammed them into her belt. She clasped the cloak around her neck and shoulders, and it folded about her, a meager comfort to the aching cold she felt spreading throughout her chest. "How do you look?" Elisa asked. Zusa glanced to her gray shirt, her dark pants and boots, and the cloak wrapped about her. "Like him," she said. Elisa needed no more explanation than that. "There are worse you could resemble," she said. A strong need to cover her face overcame Zusa. For once she felt she understood why the Watcher kept his features in shadow. The intimidation was useful, but being able to hide, to become something different from yourself to escape the hurt and turmoil. A knock on the door, and then in stepped Victor without waiting for an answer. If he was taken aback by Zusa's new outfit, he hid it well. "I was told you'd returned," he said. "I'm glad. I've been wishing to speak with you." "If this is about me obeying your orders, you can stop," Zusa said. "Once Elisa pays me, I am leaving." Victor stayed in the center of the doorway, denying her the possibility of an easy exit. There was a look on his handsome face she couldn't quite read, something dangerous in his blue eyes that told her she should get out before he spoke another word. "Actually, it is a far more delicate matter I'd have us discuss." He glanced to Elisa. "Assuming you two have a moment, of course." "Go ahead," Elisa said, sitting down on one of the servants' beds. Zusa was just finding herself some new clothes. "Ones with less blood on them, I see," said Victor, glancing at the pile near Zusa's feet. Something about it seemed to mildly amuse him. "If you have something to discuss, then let's discuss it," Zusa said, having no patience for trivialities. She wanted out. She wanted away from Elisa and the hurt tearing into her gut. "Very well. I've been thinking of ways for us to strike at the Sun Guild without letting our resistance be known. If Musion brings his entire wrath down upon us, we'll be crushed in a night. Difficult as it will be, we must outwit him and use his own tricks and secrecy against him until we know exactly when and where to attack." "What does this have to do with me?" Zusa asked. Victor crossed his arms, any remnants of a smile on his face quickly vanishing. "We want you to infiltrate the Sun Guild as our spy." "We?" Zusa asked, nearly laughing at the ludicrousness of it. So much for Elisa keeping Zusa free from her perceived downfall of the city. So much for relying on Victor to save her from the dark corners of Veldaren that they'd have her infiltrate. "It wasn't my idea," Elisa said, and her neck flushed red. "There's no reason it would fail," Victor insisted. Musion will have no reason to know who you are, nor of your allegiance to Elisa. Unless he's looked into her past, Zusa argued. And knows what? A woman in wrappings once guarded Elisa? You'll be anything but to them, Zusa. You'll be a pretty face that knows how to kill. I dare say you'll fit right in. It was crazy. She almost pushed past Victor, then decided it might be better to move to a corner of the room where the shadows were deepest. Diving in, she could reappear outside the mansion, be free of them forever. But to leave Elisa helpless, to leave her and Nathaniel's lives in that oaf Victor's hands. You don't have to do this, Elisa said, interrupting her thoughts. I don't want you to. And that was it, enough to change her mind. In the end, Zusa was more stubborn than she realized. I'll do it, she said. Victor's smile blossomed anew. Excellent, he said. Once we discover where he sleeps, where he eats, where his men stay, we'll find a weakness and exploit it. When Musion's dead, the entire Sun Guild will come crashing down, ending their threat to us once and for all. Who knows? Perhaps you'll be able to kill him yourself, Zusa, should he let his guard down in your presence. I think you underestimate the danger of our foe. The man shook his head. Or you underestimate your own skill. This will work. I'm sure of it. Zusa was far less convinced, but her word was given. Very well, she said. Come tomorrow. I will find a recruiter for the Suns and make myself known to them. Once I have, any contact between us will be done solely at my discretion. Is that understood? Perfectly, said Victor. Zusa lowered her voice as she slipped past Victor. I die, or Musion dies, she whispered. Either way, you win, don't you, Victor? His smile was his only answer, but it was answer enough. Chapter 3. Thren Fellhorn was on his way to the graveyard when he spotted two members of the Sun behind one of Musion's new whorehouses, bickering with one another over the body of a prostitute. It was too dark for Thren to make out whether or not she lived, but the men were clearly debating who would get the first turn. "Fuck off," said one to the other. "If you're so worried about where my cock's been, choose yourself a different hole." Thren's hand drifted to his side, where his short sword remained hidden by a long, ratty coat he'd stolen. Every remnant of his former guild he'd tossed aside, for Musion had declared a death penalty on his head, and being recognized was the last thing he needed. His hair he hid beneath a flattened cap, his face behind the high collar of his coat. His shambling walk was that of a drunk, his downcast eyes that of a man who'd spent a life beaten and trodden upon. No one would think him burdened with money or respect. To those two behind the whorehouse, he'd be a mark at best, or a bit of fun at worst. But given Thren's sour mood, and the two's secluded location, a bit of fun seemed like a fine idea. "If you can't decide, I'll take the girl so neither of you have her first," he said, leaving the road. The two men snapped their heads about, glaring. The one on the left reached for a blade, but didn't draw it yet. "This one's paid for," said the man on the right. He was handsome enough, with long dark hair, and Thren knew he could have found himself a pretty lass by lingering around the various taverns throughout the city. No, he wanted the violence. Glancing down, he saw the woman did indeed still breathe. By the end of things, Thren doubted she would. His instincts told him the man wanted her to do a bit of screaming first. The other man, however, was ugly enough it'd take a stunning personality for a woman to overlook. Given the way he kept leering down at the unconscious whore, Thren found that highly unlikely. "Have you now?" Thren asked. "Mind if I ask your lady friend if you're telling the truth?" They both drew their weapons, the ugly one purposefully pulling down his shirt to reveal the four-pointed star tattooed onto his neck. as if that would intimidate him. "Get lost if you want to live," the man said. Thren held his hands out wide, making it seem as if he were unarmed. "Come make me," he said, grinning. The ugly one acted first, pulling a dirk from his belt and slashing at Thren's face. Such a simple, basic attack, one a child might use if handed a blade. Thren leaned back, the edge just barely missing his nose, and then shot forward, grabbing the man's arm with his right hand and ramming down on it with his left elbow. The man screamed. Bone snapped. Twisting his arm, Thren elbowed the man in the face, splattering blood from his shattered nose. A kick to the groin weakened his stance, allowing Thren to pull the ugly one to the side, shoving him in the way of his companion's desperate thrust of his short sword. A scream punctuated the blade's entry to the man's belly, coupled with Thren's mocking laughter. He violently shoved the dying man into the other. Entangled and unable to pull free his blade, the man let it go and drew a dagger instead. Again, Thren held his hands out, showing himself unarmed. "You can still run," he said. "You'll just stab me in the back." Thren grinned. "You're right." The frightened man suddenly leaped forward, trying to shove the dagger into Thren's chest. In a single smooth motion, Thren drew his short sword from his waist, parried aside the thrust, and then buried his blade in the man's chest. Momentum carried him forward, pushing the tip out his back. The man let out a gasp, blood gushing from his mouth. Smile fading, Thren twisted the blade, then kicked the dead man off it. Cleaning the blood on the man's shirt, he looked to the prostitute. The woman was awake, a dazed look on her face, no doubt the lingering effects of the blow that had knocked her out. Thren knelt before her, helping her to sit up against the wall of the whorehouse. "Thank you," she muttered, causing Thren to shake his head. "Do you serve him loyally?" he asked her. The woman frowned, and she held her head as she grimaced against a wave of pain. "I don't... What do you mean?" Thren pulled a slender dagger from his belt and pressed it against the soft skin of her neck. Her eyes widened, her confusion replaced with fear. "Musian," he told her. "The dark-hand bastard. Do you serve him loyally?" Hardness overtook her features, a toughness earned by the life she led. "I lie about how much I earn," she said. "Why else would I be out here instead of inside?" Thren smiled, and he put away the dagger. "This city needs more like you," he said. "Have a pleasant night, milady." He dipped his head in respect and then returned to the road. The woman glared, not that he cared. Saving her had been for amusement and nothing more. A pleasant diversion, before a meeting he could only wish would be as pleasant or as productive. When it came to Death Mask and his Ash Guild, the only consistency was in knowing he'd leave annoyed and in a foul mood. Still, in a city so thoroughly conquered by the Dark Hand, any ally could mean the difference between life and death. Digging his hands into the pockets of his coat, he lowered his head, put his gaze to the ground, and hurried toward his destination. Into the wealthy eastern district of Veldaren he went, gradually drifting south. At one point, every towering home, with its sharp rooftop and fenced property lines, had belonged to his Spider Guild. The owners had delivered a small but consistent sum each month to keep their homes free of fire and vandalism. Now only a single marking dominated them all, the symbol of the sun carved into stone tiles. To many they were signs of allegiance, but to Thren they carried a far more dire meaning. They were signs of death, and while the sun might have been carved into them, it was the spider who controlled their fate. His hand brushed the amulet around his neck through his shirt, felt its presence. It was both comforting and terrifying having it there. Terrifying, for a single touch coupled with a single word could level all of Veldaren to the ground. Comforting, for he was the one who possessed it, and no one else. At last he arrived at the tall iron fence that surrounded the cemetery. When Thren had made his initial rounds through the city, trying to take account of all the changes that had occurred in his absence, he'd gone to the Ash Guild's former headquarters. While he was there, one of the guild's few members, Veliana, had spotted him. She'd said nothing, only hurled him a note tied to a dagger. Roseborn Cemetery, Gemcroft Tomb, it had said. Thren passed by that cemetery now, looking for any who might be watching from windows or rooftops. When he saw none, he abruptly turned around and dashed through the open gates. The soft dirt sank beneath his feet as he hurried toward the larger crypts in the heart of the cemetery. He went to one in particular, and as he entered the tomb marked with the Gemcroft family name, it put a smile on his face. "First I try to kill you when you're but a little girl, and then I keep you alive while in the guise of my son," he said, thinking back to mostly better times and his interactions with Elisa Gemcroft. "At least you kept things interesting. More than I can say for your father." A childish notion of vandalizing Maynard's coffin came to him, and he dismissed it with a shake of his head. Thren's scheming had brought about the bloody Kensgold and the attack on Maynard's mansion that had driven an arrow through his chest. To mock him in death, after killing him in life, was beneath Thren. But not, apparently, beneath Deathmask. The coffins were placed into holes carved into the stone walls, the names of their owners cut into tiles and then nailed above them. When Thren came upon Maynard's, he found the coffin open and removed from its hole. Maynard's body, a desiccated corpse that was mostly bones, hair, and a thin black layer of what had once been flesh and organs, stood in the center of his open coffin. One hand was above his head, the other curled before him as if clutching a dancing partner. Without a sound, Maynard's corpse dipped to one side, turned, dipped again. Thren watched, baffled, torn between amusement and disgust. Maynard Gemcroft was dancing, quite slowly and poorly, in his own grave. "Like what I've done with the place?" asked Deathmask, appearing from the deeper darkness of the crypt. The man wore dark red robes, his usual gray mask and cloud of ash missing. It had been a year since they last met. How much older the man looked, and how tired, was shocking. Even his dark skin appeared paler than usual, and his long black hair was stringy and wet. "You have a strange sense of entertainment," Thren said, gesturing to the dancing corpse. "I didn't know you held animosity toward Maynard." "Oh, him?" asked Deathmask. No animosity. His corpse was the freshest, that's all. These are the things one does to pass the time when forced into hiding for far too long." "I'd say there's a simple enough solution to that," Thren said. "Stop hiding." Deathmask leaned against the stone wall and he laughed. "Ever the blunt, simple one," he said. "Of course you'd never hide. So proud, so mighty. Except you don't appear to be wearing the cloak of the spider. Why's that, Thren? Is it because, perhaps, you know it'd be suicide to openly flaunt your opposition to the Dark Hand? But surely that's not it. That'd make your mocking my hiding both arrogant and hypocritical, something you've never been in your sordid history." "I have little patience for sarcasm," Thren said. "And I for pointless pride. If you wish for us to talk, then let's talk. But keep your comments to yourself if you won't acknowledge reality. I know more about the state of this city than you do, and trust me, it isn't pretty." Thren had to hold back his grin. "Oh, I know one secret you don't," he thought, arms crossed over his chest, fingers casually brushing the hidden amulet. "Very well," Thren said. "I sought you out for a reason, one you can likely guess. I seek an alliance between us, one that shall last until Musion hangs from the city wall by his entrails." "A noble pursuit," Deathmask said, drumming his fingers atop another coffin.
But I fail to see how you will help me. What exactly do you bring to such an alliance? I bring my name, my reputation, and all who would seek to overthrow Musion and return to the better days of old. Ah, yes, those better days. Deathmask ceased drumming and instead began to pace back and forth beside the dancing corpse. That's the tricky point, Thren. You see, the past few years have been rather lean for most. You may remember the glory days during the height of the war with the Trifect, but what's going to stick in the minds of any you try to recruit will be the recent years of peace you forged, and the dwindling coin that entered each of their hands. Thren did his best to ignore Maynard's rotted skeleton, instead meeting Deathmask's mismatched eyes, and doing what he could to convey his conviction and determination. It was cold down there in the tomb, and he wanted their conversation over as fast as possible. "We promised them an overthrowing of the old agreement," Thren said, "the destruction of the Watcher and an end to all truces. Together we can bring anarchy back to Feldarin, and in its chaos we will thrive." Deathmask grinned. "Now you have my attention. Musion's men from the west are worthless to us. They worship him as a god, and I've learned to just leave the fanatics be. But the members who once belonged to the Wolf Guild, the Spider Guild, the Shadow, and the Serpent, they're the ones who can be persuaded to turn. That's the tricky part, Thren. We have to convince them we can make a difference. We have to make them believe Musion can be killed." Thren thought of the many training sessions he'd had with his former master. He had never once won any spar, any competition. Deep down, he wondered if the elf actually could be beaten. But he kept those cowardly words to himself. "He can be killed," he said instead. "But it won't be easy. What is it you suggest?" Deathmask put a hand on Maynard's corpse and whispered something Thren could not make out. The corpse turned, bowed to Deathmask, and then changed dances so that it swayed from side to side, arms limp, head rolling. "Killing Musion will be impossible until we strip him of his followers," Deathmask said. "But there are other ways to show he isn't the inhuman god he's made himself out to be. His second-in-command, a man named Ridley, would be a fine example. Capture him, execute him in a very public, very gruesome manner, and we'll have made our point." Thren drew his sword, and before Deathmask could react, he lopped off Maynard's head. To his disgust, the corpse continued to dance, even with the head lying behind it in the coffin. "Make it stop," he said, sheathing his blade. "I'm tired of looking at it." "If you insist." Instead of seeming bothered by the demand, Deathmask only looked amused. He snapped his fingers, and the body collapsed instantly. "If we kill Ridley, we'll make our opposition known," Thren said. "He won't take kindly to it. I've heard what Musion did in the marketplace a few weeks back. If he thinks he's losing the city, what will stop him from performing a similar spectacle?" Deathmask's grin spread wider. "That's the point," he said. "I want him to try another spectacle. When he does such things, he's elevating himself above us mere mortals to declare himself superior. If we knock him down at that exact moment, if we toss egg on his face and mud on his clothes, it'll show the entire city that Musion isn't perfect. He can be mocked. He can be stopped. He can be killed. After that, we'll let this city descend into anarchy. We'll set fire to the businesses most loyal to Musion. We'll burn down the buildings where his men sleep, and we'll execute anyone willing to wear the pointed star. Chaos. Thren, it all comes down to chaos. Make it terrible enough, and even the king will realize he has to make a choice. When it comes to who he fears most, you or Musion, well, if forced to make a choice, the king will act against the elf instead of me," Thren said. "In the end, I'm human, and Musion's not. That alone will suffice. But what you're suggesting is going to take more men than we have. How do we recruit without giving ourselves away, or bringing in traitors who will turn us over to Musion?" We do it by being careful and selective, Deathmask said, and I have already made an unusual ally, whose name I'd rather keep to myself for now. This ally alone grants us many men who know how to use the sharp end of a sword. The question is, what of you, friend? Is there someone you trust to aid you in taking down that blasted elf? Thren thought of the various members of his guild, and he shook his head, remembering how one of his most trusted, Martin, had likely turned on him within a day of his return to Veldaren. No, there was no one he could trust without doubt. He'd led by fear, and now that Musion ruled, there was no way he could inspire fear so thoroughly that the Dark Hand held no sway. Of course, outside his Spider Guild, there was one who could be a powerful ally, one whom Thren could trust to never work with Musion. Only one, he said, pulling his coat tighter about him. But he's the only one that will matter. We'll bring the Watcher into this war, Deathmask, and we'll make sure he's on our side. Once we do, even the most loyal of lapdogs will start to wonder if they made a mistake. Deathmask rubbed his chin as he mused aloud. Interesting, he said, but the Watcher's always had his own rules and code. Compared to Musion, he's predictable, he's safe. Do you think he can inspire the fear we need? Thren felt excitement building in his chest at the idea of him and his son facing off against his former master. It doesn't matter, he said. Whoever the Watcher was, he's different now. Faced with the loss of his city, he'll become who he needs to be to win it back. Deathmask bowed low. Then consider him your recruit, he said. I doubt your success, but I'm eager to see your results nonetheless. After hesitating, Thren extended his hand to the strange man. Allies, Deathmask said, clasping his wrist and shaking it. Allies. This city isn't lost to us yet, Deathmask said as Thren turned and walked toward the crypt's exit. Not if we revel in chaos so great and wild only we know how to endure the dance. If the Watcher's to join us in it, he better learn to embrace the darker side of things. Trust me, Thren said, quickening his step as he ran plans through his mind. At our side, he'll become the killer we need. That and more, thought Thren as he stepped out into the graveyard and gazed upon the rooftops his son called home. The killer he was always meant to be. Chapter 4. Haern awoke in his room to the thoroughly unpleasant sight of Tarlak hovering over him, arms crossed, pointy hat tilted to one side. A grin was on the wizard's face, and that just made everything worse. You could knock on the door to wake me, you know, Haern muttered. My tower, my rules. Time to rise and shine. I'd rather sleep. Tarlak let out a snort. You've had 4 hours, that's plenty. Antonil sent us a messenger requesting our presence, and it seemed urgent. Haern let out a sigh. He should have known the guard captain would attempt to take matters into his own hands after learning of the threat that had been smuggled into the city right under his nose. But if Antonil wanted to talk to them, then talk they would. In all reality, Antonil was one of the very few good people left. Fine, he said. Let me change, and then we'll go. Tarlak clapped his hands, then paused as if confused. You have more than one outfit? Out, wizard, or I swear to Asher I will cut off your beard and shove it down your damn throat. Fine, fine, Tarlak said, exiting the room and shutting the door behind him. From the other side, still audible as he descended the stairs, the wizard's rant continued. Someone needs to start sleeping more and skulking rooftops less, I swear. Couldn't agree more, Haern said, sliding out of his bed and beginning to disrobe. 5 minutes later, he exited the stairs to the bottom floor to find Tarlak sitting in his favorite chair beside a dormant fireplace, wineglass in hand. Is Delicia coming with us? Haern asked, and he felt slightly awkward in doing so. She's already in the city with Brugh, Tarlac said, finishing the last of his sparkling clear drink and then making the glass vanish with a snap of his fingers. Hopping up from the seat, a bundle of energy that inspired a mixture of annoyance and rage inside Haern, the wizard hurried to the door.
Hoping to see what the priests of Asher can make of those tiles, since their sworn enemy had a hand in making them.
I've already sent Dell a whisper spell telling them to meet us when they're done. Haern nodded. He had yet to talk to her since returning, and was hardly looking forward to it. "All right, then," said Tarlac. "Let's go." According to Tarlac, Antonil's messenger had requested that they meet him in the far south of the city, just off the main road. After stopping by a stall so Haern could buy something to eat, they made their way south. With Haern in his cloaks and Tarlac in his yellow robes, they were an easy pair to spot, earning themselves plenty of strange glances from those they passed. "You'd think they'd never seen the color yellow before," the wizard mused after a woman glared at the two. "The people here must endure the guilds, the thieves, and the corrupt guards of the city, all to scrape together enough to afford their daily bread," Haern said. "You, however, can summon yourself a glass of wine with the snap of your fingers. I don't think it is the color yellow they dislike." "Aren't you cheery this morning?" Tarlac said, thrusting his shoulders back so he stood taller as they walked. Before Haern could retort, he spotted Antonil waiting in the center of the road, a trio of soldiers with him. He looked calm enough, his demeanor belying whatever urgency the messenger had insisted upon. Tarlac saw the man, too, and he straightened up his hat and then quickened his step so that he could greet Antonil first. "I'm glad you're here," Antonil said, seeing the two approach and stepping forward to offer his hand. "You two have my thanks for coming so quickly." "Your thanks is hardly what I'm doing this for, but I'll accept it nonetheless," Tarlac said, shaking the soldier's hand. "Care to share what you needed us for?" Antonil ignored him, instead nodding curtly to Haern. "It's good to see you in the daylight for once," he said. "It's hardly the safest for either of us," Haern said. "I pray this is important?" "It is," Antonil said, gesturing to his left, where a dead-end street was blocked off by multiple city guards. "There's one of the Sun Guild's tiles in the center of the street. Since Tarlac can't work on the tiles without the risk of hurting innocents, I've done you the favor of removing everyone along the entire street." "I doubt those living there were too happy about that," Haern said. "True, they'd probably be happier dead," Antonil said, "but I'm willing to endure their angry words. I've got soldiers posted all about the area, and if anyone tries sneaking in to watch, they'll let us know. You have your privacy, Tarlac, and a reasonably safe environment. This is the best I can do. The rest is up to you. Do you think you can find a way to render the magic within them harmless?" Tarlac cracked his knuckles, and he offered the guard captain a smile Haern immediately knew was fake. "I'm willing to try," he said. "Beyond that, no promises." As Tarlac strolled down the street to where the tile was buried, Haern found a spot of shade against one of the dilapidated homes and nestled into it, pulling his hood low over his face. "Not sure why I have to be here," he shouted to Tarlac as the wizard knelt in the center of the street, his back to him. "Emotional support," Tarlac shouted back. "That, and in case someone doesn't like what I'm doing, you're here to save me. I'm sure Antonil's soldiers are fine men, but they're no match for someone like Musian." Haern wasn't sure he considered himself a match for Musian either. He hadn't told Tarlac of his meeting with Antonil the night before, and he didn't feel like doing so now. Sleep sounded wonderful, and while Haern didn't think he could, at the least he could shut his eyes and do his best to relax. The empty street was eerily quiet, with just the soft whisper of a wind that had picked up over the past 2 days, plus Tarlac's occasional mutters and curses as he examined the tile. Time drifted along, and twice Haern had to shift his weight to remain comfortable. "Anything yet?" he asked Tarlac. "I'm not sure." The wizard sat on his rump before the tile, chin resting in the palms of his hands. Though Haern couldn't see his face, he had a feeling Tarlac was drilling holes into the tile with his eyes. "What do you mean?" Haern asked. "It's magical. You know how to manipulate magic. Just remove whatever's on it." Tarlac slowly turned his head, giving Haern the worst glare he'd ever seen in his life. "Just remove it?" he asked. "Is that it? Is it really that easy? Thank you, Mr. Stabby Sword Man, for telling me how to do my job. I'd have never figured that out without your help. If you would, though, please humor me. Have you ever picked a lock? Imagine doing that, except instead of using thin strips of metal, you only have a piece of string, a chicken bone, and a rock the size of your head. Oh, and the lock is surrounded by mirrors, and if you accidentally break one of the mirrors, you get the privilege of dying in a great fiery explosion. Just remove whatever's on it. Praise Asher for sending us your brilliance and wisdom. When he was finally done ranting, Haern offered him his biggest grin. Happy to help, he said. Haern wondered which was more likely to explode in the next few minutes, Tarlac or the tile he was working on. So far, his gut said the wizard. I see I haven't missed much, Delicia interrupted, and the two men turned to see her passing between Antonil and his soldiers to join them. She looked radiant in her white priestess robes, though her face lacked any of the humor her words implied. Come, have a seat, Haern said, tapping the dirt beside him. Where'd Brugh run off to? To use his words, I'd rather find something to eat than get blown up by that fool wizard, she said, smoothing out her dress and then sitting down next to Haern, though his language was a bit more colorful. Haern laughed, glad for something to smile about to hide his unease. The last he'd talked to her, Ghost had been dying before him. Having her so close, acting as if nothing were wrong, nothing troubling between them. Could it be so? Might they put behind them the horrible trials they'd endured on the road to the stronghold? Much as he wished that were true, he knew it wouldn't be that easy. Things rarely were. Did you learn anything from the priests? He asked, trying to keep the conversation going, and on anything other than themselves. I spoke with Kalen himself, Delicia said, shaking her head. The magic upon the tiles is incredibly powerful. Worse, they were specifically warded against Asher's faithful. Given the seriousness of the matter, he's pledged the aid of the temple in any way we need it, but when it comes to removing their danger, they cannot help us. Haern tapped at his lips with his fingers, thinking. The priests of Asher were powerful allies indeed. If he could find a way to turn them against the Sun Guild, perhaps. Well, I'm glad I'm not the only one who thinks these things are difficult, Tarlac said, wiping at his eyes. Gods damn it, this has given me a headache. What I'd give to shake the hand of whoever came up with such clever protections. Thren killed him, remember? Haern said. Right. Well, shake the hand of his corpse, and then burn it to a cinder. He's equally deserving of both, the bastard. The wizard stood, popping his back and letting out loud groans. His pointy hat fell from his head, and muttering, Tarlac swept it off the ground and put it back on. As he did, he paused, staring at the tile as if seeing it for the first time. You said it was warded against Asher's followers, right? I think I can spot that inscription. If I can, I wonder. He knelt before the tile again, putting his fingers on the edge. Discover something? Haern asked. Divine magic is not my specialty, but I'm thinking if I can remove that specific protection against Asher's priests, so they can take a crack at this instead, just maybe. He ignored them for a moment to instead begin whispering the soft, peculiar words of magic. A silver light shone around his hands, the edges of it creeping down into the tile like a living mist. Beside Haern, Delicia straightened up, the worry plain on her face. Tar, she said. Tarlac whispered a few more incantations, then abruptly halted. Oh, fuck. The tile cracked. Haern caught the briefest flash of lightning, and then the shock wave hit him, stealing his breath away. The sound was intense, like the roar of a lion larger than the city itself. Haern had thought himself far enough away, but in the split second a purple fire blasted toward him. He knew he'd made a grave error. When it rolled across his body, he felt no heat, only pressure and an ache in his ears. No burns. The fire vanished, and when Haern looked down, he saw Delicia clutching his hand, white light shimmering from her fingers. "Tarlac!" Delicia screamed, and after such an eruption, her voice sounded so thin, so hollow. She let Haern go to dash toward the crater in the center of the street, and she wasn't alone. Soldiers from up the road came running, Antonil in the lead. Haern rose to his feet, lost his balance, struggled to stand again. His head ached, his eyes still filled with the after-image of the explosion, and his stomach was performing loops. Delicia had protected him from the flames, he knew, but the blast had struck him in a way he couldn't quite understand, leaving him sick and dazed. Fighting through it, he staggered after Delicia while offering a desperate prayer for his idiot wizard friend. Fires burned on either side of the street, adding a rumble to the cries of the soldiers and Delicia. Haern stumbled into the crater, which contained patches of dwindling purple fire that billowed smoke. At the sight of Tarlac sitting on his rump, hat in his hands, Haern let out a breath he hadn't known he'd been holding. The wizard's eyes were wide, and he looked like he'd taken a few punches to the face, but other than random burnt spots on his yellow robes, he appeared no worse for wear. "Least I knew what was coming this time," Tarlac said as Delicia threw her arms around him. The wizard looked past Haern, let out a grunt. "Someone should do something about those fires before they spread." "My men are already on it," Antonil said from the crater's edge. The soldier's face was locked in a frown so stiff it looked made of iron. "And is it safe to say you've made no progress?" With Delicia's help, Tarlac stood, and he leaned on her heavily. "Quite the opposite," he said, and despite his obvious dizziness, he smiled at the guard captain. "I've learned a second way to make these things explode." Antonil certainly saw no humor in the situation, and without responding, he turned to take charge of the cleanup. "Come on," Haern said, taking Tarlac by the arm and shifting his weight onto him and off Delicia. "You might not have been burned, but you're not well. That much is obvious." Through the patches of smoke they led him, then farther down the street so they could be away from the commotion of the scrambling soldiers. Tarlac more collapsed than sat when they stopped in the middle, and he let out a loud groan. "Had protections against fire on me from the beginning," he said, and he touched his stomach as if in pain. "Guess I should have put on a few more. Felt like I was hit with a brick when that damn thing went off." Haern looked back to the crater and the burning homes and suppressed a shudder. Tarlac had told him what the tiles did, but seeing was something else entirely. Over 300 of those tiles were scattered throughout the city. Should they be activated at once, the only thing that'd remain would be the greatest common grave in the entire history of Desrel. A chill ran up Haern's spine at the horrid thought, and he did his best to push it away. Dwelling on such things would only paralyze him into inaction. "Sit still," Delicia said, putting her hands on either side of her brother's face. "Let me see if I can help." She closed her eyes and began to pray. White light surrounded her hands, flashing briefly before sinking into Tarlac's skin. When she was done, the wizard did appear more together mentally, and he kissed his sister on the cheek. "Thanks, sis," he said, earning himself a smile. As Tarlac put his hat back on, he looked to where the tile had been, and Haern brought his attention to it as well. "It doesn't make sense," Tarlac said. "If Muzian wants to destroy Veldarin, why hasn't he done so already?" "How do you know it's Muzian?" Delicia asked. "He's the one who smuggled them in, and it's his guild's symbol on their front," Haern said. "But Luther, a priest of Karak, helped make them," she countered. "And don't forget, Thren was the last to see Luther alive." "Perhaps," said Tarlac, "but Luther's dead, and he's not given us any answers as to why he did it. If Thren has the key, why hasn't he said or done something about it? They're Muzian's tiles, and it makes sense that he's the one holding the key. Question is, what does he want? Maybe they're his backup plan in case someone defeats him." "He does seem like one to hold an entire city hostage," Haern said. "That might be why no one's heard anything of these tiles. With Muzian's takeover progressing so smoothly, he's had no reason to need them. That might change if we directly challenge him." Tarlac stood, brushing dirt and ash off his yellow robes. "Then if we do challenge him, we need to do it before he knows he's in danger," Tarlac said. "Killing him in his sleep sounds like the best plan to me. Give him no chance to activate these tiles, however it is he does it. He turned Haern's way. Question is, are you capable of finding out where he sleeps, where he eats, where he might be vulnerable in any way? Haern thought of how he'd been guided into an alley to fight a member of the Sun Guild for Musian's amusement, thought of how easily he'd been defeated in a direct fight. Musian, the ruthless killer, vulnerable? I don't know, Haern said. The elf is a legend for a reason, Tar. What you ask for may not be possible. Tarlak shook his head. You damn well better try, he said. Right now, we've got little else to go on. Whatever hope we have, it's resting on you. The wizard stormed off, yelling for soldiers to clear the way from the home so he could douse the fires with his magic. Frustrated at his fears being so callously dismissed, Haern turned to leave, but Delicia reached out and caught his wrist. Haern, she said, please, we should talk. He glanced to her, saw her resolve, and knew he could not bear to challenge it at that moment. I'm sorry, he said. I buried Ghost's body as you asked. Other than that, I'm not sure I'm ready to talk about it. His words cut into her. True to her nature, she refused to let it show. I see, she said. Then let me say my own piece until you are ready. I'm sorry, Haern, about your father and you. I never should have said it. The remembrance only added guilt to his already shaken mind. Your father would be so proud, she'd said. Comparing him, condemning him. He pulled his hand free of her, slowly, not wanting to offend her or hurt her more than he already had. She was waiting for him to respond, and he saw the hope in her eyes that her apology would shake him free. I'm sorry, Del, he said, this time his voice far softer. I really am sorry. Beyond that, I have nothing to say. She brushed a hand across his forehead, pushing a bit of blonde hair away from his face. Well, when you do have something to say, I'll be waiting for you. She went to kiss his cheek, but when she did, the image of Zusa climbing on top of him flashed in Haern's mind, and he turned his face away. I need to sleep, he said, feeling a sudden surge of guilt. Tonight will be a long, long night. She watched him leave past Tarlak, past the burning homes, past the crater left by Musian's tile on his way back to the Eschaton Tower. She said nothing, but he heard her voice anyway, chasing after him in his mind. Back when the city had been ruled by the various guilds, if Haern wanted to find a member of the Serpent Guild, he went to the Serpent Guild's territory. As he crouched in the rooftop corner of an inn, listening to the boisterous laughter within, he pulled his hood lower over his face and frowned. Now, though? Now the whole damn city was Musian's. Where was he to even start? Inside were several members of the Sun Guild he'd stalked to the inn under the cover of night. They gathered on the second floor, in a large common room where they sat playing cards at a table. Near them was the window Haern hung above, easily listening in. The men and women were loud, they were drunk, and they'd said not a damn thing useful the whole hour he'd been there. Patience, Haern, he told himself as he rolled onto his back and thumped his head against the rooftop. You're not going to solve this riddle in a day. Haern had been convinced one of them was a higher-ranking member of the Sun Guild and hoped an overheard conversation would give him what he needed. It appeared not to be. If he wanted information, it'd involve the edge of a blade and a bit of blood. Killing them might alert Musian that someone hunted him, but deep down Haern knew it had been naive to hope he could discover the elf's location without cutting a few throats. Rolling onto his knees, Haern drew one of his swords and crouched before the rooftop's edge. The window was just barely large enough for him to fit through, though he'd need to shatter it thoroughly to not get stuck. Grabbing the edge with his free hand, he prepared to jump, then froze. A creak of wood behind him, that of someone landing on the rooftop. Pretending he hadn't heard, Haern lowered more, as if tensing for an assault on the room below, then spun, drawing his other blade and holding them out in a defensive formation. Instead of an assault, he found a painfully familiar figure standing on the other side of the inn's rooftop, arms crossed over his chest. "I hope you weren't thinking of torturing those six down there for information," Thren Fellhorn said, shaking his head in disappointment. "Why's that?" "Because it'd be a waste of time. None of them are beyond the second rank. At best, you'll find where they've stashed a haul of crimleaf or stolen goods. Nothing truly valuable." Haern slowly lowered his sabers, though his fingers still gripped the handles tightly. The faintest of scars marked his chin where his father had cut him the last time they met. "We're all murderers," Thren had said. "Some just better than others." It was the clearest window into his father's soul he'd ever had, and it made his heart ache as much as it enraged him. Seeing Thren on the rooftop with him, disappointed as usual, face passive and bored as if nothing between them existed, did little to help matters. "Why are you here?" Haern asked. "What is it you want?" Thren tilted his head to one side as if analyzing an animal. "I want your help." Haern didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Is that so?" "It is. The city has changed in our absence, as I'm sure you've discovered. The Sun Guild rules, but that rule cannot last. Valdaran was my city once, and it needs to become that again." "You'd have me help restore you to power?" Haern asked. Even for his father, this seemed too audacious. "I'd have you prevent the destruction of the entire city by the tiles Luther created." Haern froze, and Thren smiled at his surprise. "What do you know?" Haern asked, hoping to glean some information from his father, information he'd refused to share at their last meeting. "I know what Luther told me," Thren said. "I know the destruction those tiles are capable of, and I know who currently holds the amulet to activate them." "Musion." Thren nodded. "A wise guess. Which fate would you choose for this city, Watcher? To thrive in my hands, or collapse into rubble and flame? Musion was my teacher once. I know how he thinks, how he plans, and what he's capable of. Work with me. Together, we can bring that elf low." "An alliance," Haern said, and he felt a knot forming in the center of his chest. "Because it worked so well when we went after Luther. Together we entered, and together we left," Thren said with a shrug. "Karak's paladins died, not us." Thren was conveniently leaving out Delicia's role in the events, as well as Thren's betrayal in between the arrival and the escape, but Haern knew he still had a point. If there was anyone who might know of a chink in Musion's armor, it was Thren. Much as he disliked the idea of working with him again, he knew of no better way. "I'll aid you only in killing Musion," Haern said. "Nothing else. I won't help you reform the Spider Guild, nor attack other guilds." "As if I needed your help in such matters," Thren said. "It's Musion and only Musion who surpasses my own skill. I fear no one else, not even you. Together we will return Valdaran to the world we both know and rule." Haern tried to ignore how such language made the knot in his stomach worse. "I want to make this perfectly clear," he said. "I'm with you only to save this city from the threat of the tiles, nothing else. The moment I feel you're leading me on for your own agenda, I'm on my own. Got it?" Thren looked merely amused at his insistence. "Of course," he said. "Good," Haern said, and he sheathed the swords. "So let's get started. If those below us are worthless, then where do we actually start?" Thren grinned. "I don't know where Musion is, but there is someone we can find who I believe will. His name is Ridley, Musion's right-hand man when it comes to affairs in Valdaran." Chapter 5. Zusa walked through the dark streets, doing her best to ignore the tiny worm of nervousness swimming around in her belly. She'd endured the strength of the underworld 1,000 times before. Becoming part of it should prove no more daunting nor dangerous. Finding a member of the Sun Guild was hardly difficult. Someone who might be able to induct her? That was a different matter.
She needed someone she could impress, someone who would put her in a position of significant worth instead of on her back in a brothel or picking people's pockets in the marketplace. To her right, she passed two men quietly talking with one another at the entrance of an alley, one of them holding a dim lantern. Their clothes were new, and they bore the mark of the Sun Guild on their breasts. No good, thought Zusa. She needed to find men and women from Mordena, members of the Sun who would have no idea who she was. Zusa very rarely interacted with the guilds, but after so many years protecting Elisa, there was still the odd chance someone might recognize her face, despite the rather drastic change in her clothing. Continuing, she kept her head up and eyes alert. Should anyone spot her, the confidence in her posture would do wonders to keep her safe. Thugs sought out downcast gazes and hunched shoulders, not those who moved without fear of their surroundings. She spotted another group, this of three, but one of them had a spider tattoo across the center of his face. Telling herself to remain patient, she shifted east, toward where the houses were finer and the streets more evenly paved. At last, she spotted a group of three huddled under a lamp, laughing and joking with one another. Their clothes were worn, their left ears decorated with several rings, and most importantly, all three sported the wide-brimmed hats currently in fashion in Mordan. They were selling something illicit, crimleaf, most likely. Zusa strode up to the three, and their laughter died as they spotted her approach. "Which guild did you used to belong to, sweetheart?" said the biggest of the three, a burly man with a dark gray beard. He alone appeared armed, with a long sword strapped to his waist. Appearances were deceiving with the others, of course. Zusa had no doubt they kept slender daggers hidden somewhere on their persons. "No guilds," Zusa said, "but I am hoping for the Sun Guild to be my first." More snickering. The middleman gestured to Zusa's daggers. "Are you any good with those?" "I wouldn't wear them if I wasn't." The bearded man crossed his arms, and while the others appeared amused, he looked mildly interested. "Show me," he said. Before the man could draw his own sword, Zusa's dagger was at his throat. For good measure, she pointed the other toward the snickering man, the sharp tip an inch from poking into his stomach. All three swore. "Not bad," said the bearded man. "And God's damn are you fast. What's your name, girl?" "I'm no girl." "My apologies. Your name, milady." There was an edge of sarcasm to his voice, but at least Zusa was making progress. "Are you capable of bringing me into the guild?" she asked, pulling back her daggers and jamming them into her belt. "No, I'm not." Her turn to smirk. "Then you don't get to know my name," she said. Deciding that being quick might not be enough, she chose to use another weapon in her arsenal. She locked her gaze on the bearded man, letting a soft smile spread across her lips. When she spoke next, she curled her fingers around the man's face and delicately drifted them down to his neck. "But I wouldn't mind knowing yours." "And why's that?" he asked, eyebrow lifting. She leaned in closer, opened her lips so that her warm breath softly blew against his ear, but then pulled back instead of whispering. Her eyes flicked away just for a moment. Flirty, risky, as if he intimidated her the tiniest bit. "No reason," she said, flashing him a smile while tilting her head to one side. His sudden laugh sounded hearty and honest. "The name's Hal," he said, "and you've certainly made this night an interesting one." He turned to the quiet man who'd said nothing, only watched. "Alex, take our mystery woman to see Ridley." "You think it's a good idea?" Alex asked, then, turning to her, "I mean no offense, of course." "I'm sure none is taken," said the bearded man. "And yes, I do think it's a good idea. Our little woman here seems capable with both blade and beauty. Ridley should appreciate us sending him such a fine recruit." Alex shrugged. "Your call, not mine. You can take the heat if she wastes Ridley's time." Zusa smiled at him as sweetly as she could. "Would you be my escort, dear sir?" It earned her a laugh, and shaking his head, Alex turned up the street and led her north. "You can cut the act,"
he said. I'm not the one you need to impress. Zeus's smile faded, and she dropped the flirtatious tone. And I take it Ridley is, she asked. Ridley's as high up as you may ever meet, Alex said, running a hand through his long brown hair as he talked. Impress him and you're set. Claim all you want you've never been with a guild, but the way you dress and carry yourself says otherwise. Don't worry. It don't matter who you used to be with. I was a member of the Serpents before Musion arrived. Thankfully, he's shown no bad blood toward anyone, regardless of who they once served, not even the old Spider Guild members. So if Ridley asks you who you once worked with, just tell him the truth. It'll be better for you in the long run, all right? Telling lies is a good way to find yourself face down in a ditch somewhere, choking on your own tongue. I'll keep it in mind, Zeus said, walking alongside him. She could only guess where Alex was taking her. Along the way, she debated whether to use an alias when she met with Ridley. To the bulk of the city, Zeusa did not exist. She was an oddity to those who worked in the Gemcroft mansion, and only a few, like Victor, knew how dangerous she truly was. For Musion to know about her, he'd have to have looked extensively into Elisa's history. In some ways, he seemed like someone who would do that, but on the other hand, if the elf did not think of Elisa as a threat, he might not have done but the most cursory of digging. Of course, if he'd done extensive research, he might recognize her on sight, making her name of little relevance when he could just look upon her face. Alex took her to a nondescript home, stopping before its unguarded door. The front had a single window, and through its dirty glass she saw the light of a candle burning within, obscured by the thick curtain blocking the entirety of the window. Above the door, small but finely cut, was the symbol of the Sun Guild. Despite the lack of any lamps or torches, the symbol seemed to shine in the moonlight. Alex knocked on the door, waited a few seconds, then knocked several more times. When the door cracked open, he stepped back and bowed his head in respect. "Someone wishing to join the guild," Alex said to whoever was within. "Send him to the recruiters," said a rough voice within. "It's their job, not mine." "It's her," Alex said, and there was no hiding the sudden nervousness in his voice. "And she's unusual. I figure it best you meet her." The door swung all the way open, and out stepped a stocky man with short hair and pockmarks on his face. He glanced Zeusa up and down, seemingly unimpressed. "Ridley," he said, not offering his hand. "And I am Zeusa. I wish to become a member of the Sun Guild." "Why us?" Ridley asked. "Because there is no one else, not anymore." The man cracked a half-smile. Leaning back against his door, he crossed his arms and seemed to regard her a second time. Beside her, Alex fidgeted, clearly uncomfortable and wishing to leave. "In that, you're correct," Ridley said finally. "And we did it through sacrifice and determination. We did it shedding blood, not through luck and laziness. If you accept the symbol of the sun, you're devoting your entire life to our cause. Every breath of air you take into your lungs, every beat of your heart in your chest, it is done to further the servitude of the whole. Members of the Sun will become your family, your friends, your entire reason for existing. If you are willing to embrace our teachings, if you are willing to bleed for us and die for us, then you will share in the tremendous wealth and power we wield, wealth and power that grow every single day. Is this something you're still interested in joining?" It was bondage, Zeusa realized. A unique form of it, perhaps, but bondage nonetheless. The chains were made of gold and blood, and they would have her enter it willingly, but that mattered little in the end. She had a feeling Karak would be proud. "I am," she said, standing tall and meeting Ridley's eye when she answered. Ridley scratched the side of his face, clucked his tongue. "Alex says you're special," he said. "Prove it. Kill him." Alex paled. "Wait, what did—" No hesitation, no second thoughts. To show humanity or hesitation would only betray her. She drew her dagger and cut across Alex's throat before he could try to defend himself. As the blood flowed, Zeusa slid to the side, avoiding its spray. To the ground Alex dropped, clutching at his throat as he made noises that might have been attempts at words. Zusa refused to look at him, instead watching Ridley. If the man held the slightest sympathy, he did not show it. A special kind of monster, Zusa realized, but when she looked to the body, she felt no remorse either. How different from him could she truly pretend to be? "You've killed before," Ridley said, tilting his head to one side, analyzing her, judging her. "Did you belong to one of the former guilds here, or are you a mercenary?" "A mercenary," Zusa lied. "From Angelport. I've come here for work and for coin. The Sun Guild seems the perfect fit." "You are a killer, then? Not a thief of coin, but of blood?" It might take her down a dark road, but she knew it best suited her skills. "I am," she said. "So be it. Follow me. Your test isn't over just yet." Without waiting for a response, he left his home, assuming it was his home, and began backtracking along the route Alex and Zusa had taken. He walked with a purpose, and a distant dread built in Zusa as she anticipated the reason. Behind them, Alex's body remained, though she had a feeling members of the Sun would deal with it shortly, which meant Ridley's home was being watched at all times. Back to that lamp-lit street corner they went, halting 100 feet away. The remaining two men saw Ridley and Zusa approaching, and they stood up straighter, with Hal nodding in greeting. "Your speed is great," Ridley said, softly at first, so only she could hear. "But let's see how you handle a more prepared enemy. Todd, Hal, this woman comes for your life. Defend yourselves." Zusa drew her daggers as the two men readied their blades. Hal looked calm, but Todd reckless and angry. Instead of rushing them, she slowly approached, each step measured. She wanted to frighten them with her certainty. She wanted to unnerve them with her lack of fear. Taking a cue from Haern, she leaned forward, letting her cloak wrap about her. Halfway between them, she crouched down, tensing the muscles in her legs in anticipation of her charge. "Is Alex dead too?" Hal asked as he held his sword with both hands. "He is," said Zusa. "Then it's on my head. You better kill me, girl, or I'm taking every bit of my guilt out on your corpse." Zusa smiled. "Consider it done." She burst into movement, a charge at Todd instead of Hal. Fear was in the smaller man's eyes. There'd be no competition, no dance, no risk of his plunging a blade in her back with a coward's bravery. Just a quick death. Todd swung at her, as did his fellow rogue, but Zusa rolled to one side, recovered her footing, and then lunged. Her daggers found purchase, plunging through Todd's ribs. Driving the weapons harder into him, she pushed him back, then retreated when Hal's long sword slashed for her neck. She twirled so she could set her feet and reposition her blades. In came the bearded man's thrust, but he'd rushed the attack in hopes of catching her unprepared. With a simple twist and shift of her left arm, she parried the attack wide. Having overextended himself, there was nothing he could do, not compared to Zusa's speed. A step, a thrust, and to the street he dropped, blood gushing from the hole she'd opened in his chest. Steeling her heart against his cries, she stood above the dying man with her daggers in her hands. Despite the sudden fight, despite her pounding heart, they did not tremble. Behind her, Ridley clapped. "Well done," he said. "Not even a challenge, I dare say. You will be a fine addition to our guild." Zusa watched the man die, saw the life leave his eyes as he breathed his last. He was scum, she told herself. Just a foe worthy of death. The lives she saved by bringing Musion to justice easily outweighed a few dead guild rats. Easy, cruel words, and she repeated them in her head so no guilt might dare surface within her breast. "They broke the rules," Ridley said, coming up beside her and seeing how she focused on the dead man. "If you were an assassin, they'd have brought you right to my doorstep instead of a recruiter's. For such a mistake, they deserved death." "Even though I'm not an assassin?" she asked. Ridley grinned at her. "Oh, you're an assassin. Just our assassin now. Besides, I wanted to see how well you killed men you'd spoken with. So far, so good. Come with me. It's time to make your entrance official and get you your star. Back north they walked, again leaving the bodies where they lay. Is all of Velderen their personal burial ground? Thought Zusa grimly. At first she thought they were going back to Ridley's home, but instead he veered west through a row of carefully lit stores. At the far end he stopped and gestured at the door of what seemed a simple little shop. With a gentle push, the door cracked open. "Through here," he said. "Know that once you enter, your life is sworn to the sun." She brushed past him, pushed the door open all the way to reveal an empty, dark space. After a single step, the floor creaking beneath her foot, a sharp, brutal pain struck the back of her head. The world spun. She was falling. And then came only darkness. When Zusa awoke, she sat upright in a wooden chair. Her arms were bound behind her back, the rope about her wrists looping up and around her neck before trailing back down to bind her ankles as well. The moment she struggled, she felt the knots tighten, choking off her breath. Gasping, she tried to relax and take in her surroundings, not that there was much to see. She was in a pitch-black room, without window or lantern for light. If there was anyone else with her, she could not hear them. The back of her head throbbed where she'd been struck. If that was the worst of it, she considered herself lucky. She was fully clothed, which was a relief, though her daggers were missing. "Damn it," she muttered, throat feeling raw. She'd made a mistake, but could still recover. They'd left her alive, and in darkness. With shadows being doorways for her, she could be free in moments. However, not killing her meant one of two things. They wanted either to torture her or to question her. If she remained and endured the questioning, her task might not yet be a failure. "I see you're awake," said a man's voice in the darkness. Zusa froze, frightened, but only temporarily. "Calm down," she told herself. "You still have this under control. Keep your head and play along with their game." "I hope I didn't keep you waiting long," Zusa told her captor. A lantern burst a light directly above her head, bathing her in a dull yellow glow. It took all of Zusa's concentration not to swear, and she hid her panic in the general discomfort of the sudden brightness. With the lantern so close, the darkness was gone, the shadows she could use as doorways distant. From what she could see, her chair was in the center of a grand room, for the light did not reach a single wall. At best, she might be able to roll the chair into the darker recesses, but doing so would leave her horribly vulnerable. Blinking away the colored spots in her vision, she looked to her captor, who stood opposite her with arms crossed. His left hand was black, his ears scarred along the tops. His face, while youthful, was sharp and angular, his blue eyes full of curiosity. There was only one man who might be before her. More correctly, one elf. "Musian," Zusa said. "Indeed," Musian said, eyes sparkling. "Ridley told me your name was Zusa, though I have plenty of reasons to doubt its authenticity. Would you care to tell me your real name?" "Zusa is my real name." Musian smirked. "Is that so? Let's find out for certain." He drew a blade from his belt, and with slow, almost casual ease, he put the sharpened edge to her throat, teasing her skin as it slid up and down. His face was mere inches away, eyes boring into hers. "I've had many, many years to practice and learn," he said. His breath smelled like mint leaves, Zusa realized. She didn't know why it unnerved her, but it did. "I know how to read a man's or woman's reactions. The way the eyes dilate, the way they look to their feet or twitch their fingers, or stress the wrong word when trying so very hard to insist they never lie. There's many more, of course, and a definite art to picking out the lies. Informed intuition, you might say. So let me ask you again, woman, what is your name?"
She refused to look away, and she didn't dare dwell on her own reactions. The more she tried to ensure her hands remained still or her face expressionless, the more likely she'd come across as unnatural. Her entire body was a mask, she told herself. Pretend you are in your wrappings. All he will see is your eyes, and you know how to control a man with them. My name is Zusa, she said. Did you ever carry a name before that one, Zusa? It was a needle to her heart, but she answered anyway. Before I was Zusa, my name was Catherine. Catherine, Muzian said, tilting his head from side to side. She felt like a piece of meat before him. Catherine. What a beautiful name, far more so than Zusa. So tell me, Catherine, who are you spying for? Her immediate instinct was to deny it, and she forced it down. Play the game. She had to play the game. Just a spy? She asked. How do you know I'm not here to kill you? Muzian paused, just long enough for Zusa to know she'd won him over. A person of your skill does not simply appear, he said, stepping back and pulling the blade from her throat. Ridley assured me you could kill the finest of my men with those daggers of yours. That impresses me, Catherine. More importantly, it means I should have heard of you by now, yet I don't believe I have. Would you care to explain why? The opening was there, so simple and perfect it almost made Zusa smile. Almost. Because no one was to know of my existence, she said. I was a faceless of Karak, trained to be my god's blade in the night. The elf turned and walked to the edge of the lantern's reach, not once taking his eyes off her. Beyond her sight, he grabbed a wooden chair similar to hers, carried it back, and set it down in front of her. You were a servant? Muzian asked as he took a seat. Are you no longer? Cut these ropes off of me, Zusa said. Only then will I give you my answer. You're still in a rather precarious position to issue demands. It's a condition, not a demand. Cut my throat if you wish, but you still won't get my answer. That only comes when the ropes are off. The elf smiled at her. You're a rare flower, aren't you? Those who know me would say I'm more thorns than flower. Muzian rose, and after 2 quick cuts, the ropes fell slack. Zusa pulled her arms free, rubbed a sore stretch on her neck. As the elf sat back down, she straightened in her chair and tried to settle on the right words to detail her past in the temple. I was once a priestess, she said, figuring to start from the beginning. We were under strict orders to have no physical contact with the opposite sex, especially fellow members of the temple. I broke that rule, and because of that I was forced to become a member of the Faceless. There are no Faceless in Mordena, Muzian said. Who or what are you? We were Karaks shameful, forced to wear dark strips of cloth across our entire bodies, hiding even our eyes with thin white silk. Every day was a penance, our bodies a thing of sin, our killings our atonement. We were trained to move through darkness, and to remain unseen when we wished it so. The wealthy in good standing with the temple could pay for our services, bringing death to their enemies. The only difference between us and you was that the coin we earned for our killings went to our god, instead of our pockets. Muzian chuckled. There are more differences between you and me than just that, he said. But this imprisonment to your god, how long ago did you escape it? This was tougher to answer, and she almost lied. Still, pretending she had just left Karak's temple would involve too many potential chances to be found out. 9 years, she said. I escaped them 9 years ago. As far as I know, they believe I'm dead. It was strange how excited the elf seemed to become. His eyes were wider, his smile brighter. Eager, she realized. Learning of her loathing of her god made him eager to hear more and to join in himself. To repress your sexuality is unnatural.
he said, rising to his feet and beginning to pace. What sin is there in your fornication? Your pitifully short-lived race would have already died out long ago without it. But Karak wants control, doesn't he? He wants defeated men, twisted, bent, heads down, eyes to the ground. What the gods call humility, I call slavery. What the gods call worship, I call indulging vanity. They're no different from each other, none of them, no matter what their followers insist. In the end, the gods want puppets who will willingly hand over their strings, begging to be made to dance. So tell me, Catherine, deep down in your heart, are you still one of their dancers? Zusa rose to her feet, and she pulled her shoulders back wide and stood tall. I will never bow to Karak again, she said, and my name is Zusa. Catherine died years ago when those priests lashed her naked and bleeding body. Musion's darkened hand flexed, unflexed. You are a stunning beauty, he said. I cannot wait to witness your blades in action. Just when Zusa was finally ready to relax, to let out the breath it seemed she'd been holding since she awoke in that room, Musion suddenly exploded in motion. An elbow slammed into her stomach, a fist into her cheek. A kick dropped her to one knee, and she let out a pained cry as she heard the ringing of metal. Musion's hand was on her throat, his sword pressed against her gut. His speed, his fluidity of movement, it was incredible. In a mere heartbeat, he'd shown her how easily he could defeat her. Despite the sudden violence, when he spoke, there was no anger in his voice, just simple truth. You're skilled in many things, and lies may be one of them, he said. I don't believe you have come to me for work. Perhaps Karak sent you to investigate me, or a lord of the Trifect to spy upon me, or a former thief guild to assassinate me. Whatever the reason, I do not care. Cast it off, Zusa. Free yourself of your old life, and embrace the light that has come to Veldarin. If you remain loyal, I can make you a queen. Imagine wielding power unmatched, and possessing wealth beyond anything you were ever promised. Your new life began the moment you awoke in this room. All else before is shadow and smoke, so let it fade into nothing. Let yourself embrace my call. Loyalty, Zusa. That's all I ask, and I shall reward it in return, freeing you from the chains Karak placed upon your life the moment he deemed you faceless. Zusa's jaw clenched tight, and she could not hold back her glare. If I must bow to you, how am I any freer than when I bowed to Karak? She asked. The hand left her throat, the sword her belly. Musion's words were ice in her veins, his voice strong as iron, terrifying as fire, seductive as wine. I'll never want you broken. I'll never want you as a fool or with your true self hidden behind white cloth and black lies. The world is a joke, and so we laugh in the face of its delusions. Freedom comes from truth. Truth I would have you see with your eyes, profess with your lips, and embrace with the edge of your blades. Forget Karak, my dear Zusa. I am your god now. A chill swept over her, shockingly powerful. Zusa bowed her head and closed her eyes, and as she felt Musion place his hand lovingly upon her, she found herself wishing for the comparative safety and sanity of Karak's vile temple.
Chapter 6. Morning was an hour away when Ridley finally came home. They'd waited for what felt like the entire night, and several times Haern had questioned the accuracy of Thren's information. It's a trustworthy source, Thren had said as the two of them crouched atop the roof, waiting for Ridley to return home. They'd already broken inside through the upper floor's window, verifying the house's emptiness. And who is that source? Haern had asked. Thren shrugged. I'm not sure telling you would help. Hardly what Haern had wanted to hear. If we're waiting, I'd like to know whose word is keeping me here. Fine. It's Death Mask. Haern didn't bother hiding his surprise. You're right, he said. It doesn't. Just remember, you're not the only one who wants Musion gone, Thren had said, and he'd left it at that. Now, as Ridley approached, his marked face matching the given description, Haern crouched lower as they peered off the rooftop. Beside him, Thren tapped his shoulder, then motioned for him to remain still. Haern nodded in response. They'd wait until Ridley was inside, then sneak in after him. There'd be no chance of witnesses, plus they could more easily limit his avenues of escape. Ridley himself seemed in a jovial mood as he stepped off the road toward his door. Reaching into his pocket, he pulled out a key, put it to the keyhole, and then paused. Haern felt his heart skip a beat, and he frowned. Had they been spotted? Surely not. The two were practically legends at remaining unseen. Hands drifting down to the handle of his swords, Haern wondered if there was some defense mechanism they'd failed to account for. They'd come through the window of the second floor, so no thin string or hair on the door could be broken, no prints left in the dirt. Yet as Ridley stepped back, looked straight up to the rooftop, and then smiled, Haern knew their ambush was blown. "How?" Thren whispered beside him. As Haern prepared to move, he saw that Ridley wasn't grinning at them, not exactly. The man's eyes flitted left, right, almost as if... Haern rolled to one side, then shoved to his feet. His sabers were in his hands in a flash, and his father mirrored his actions. Back to back, they watched as men in long, dark coats landed on either side of the rooftop, the moonlight reflecting off the naked steel of their daggers and swords. An escort, Haern realized. Ridley had never spotted them, but the men tasked with keeping Ridley alive had. "Only 6?" Thren asked as the members of the Sun closed in. "4 more than we need," said one, lifting a small hand crossbow that had been strapped to his side. Before he could fire, Haern leaped straight for him. The sudden burst of speed prompted the man into firing without aiming, and before the man's finger could even finish pulling the trigger, Haern had already dropped to a roll. The bolt sailed above him, and pulling out of his roll, Haern plunged his saber deep into the man's belly. As he died, his body collapsed onto Haern, gushing blood across his hands and legs. Shoving it away, Haern flung his arms out to the sides, blocking hit after hit as 2 others of the Sun flanked him. Dictating the flow of the battle, Haern shifted back and forth, as dependable as the pendulum of a clock. He never let either go on the offensive, always slashing for their necks and faces so they must parry or retreat. Behind him he heard vicious collisions of steel, no doubt his father battling the other 3. The men were good. Haern had to give them that. Twice he had openings for a kill that he could not take, for the other attacker would leap to the threatened man's aid by pressing the offensive and forcing Haern's attention his way. Still, no matter how good they were, Haern was better. Pulling back to the edge of the roof, he put the 2 men before him, then crouched low. They'd anticipated it, of course, but he trusted his speed. Leaping forward, he spun once, spinning his cloak in a wide flourish to hide his movements. As his sabers came slicing in, the 2 scattered to either side, fleeing his attacks, and once again putting themselves into flanking position. Haern ducked beneath a stab, parried a slash from his right, and then swore. These men weren't just good. They were Musion's best. But Musion's best or not, he was the Watcher. He couldn't let them believe they had a chance. He couldn't let the city know the gap between his skill and that of his enemies was closing. On the balls of his feet he twirled, positioning his sabers through gut reaction and the briefest glimpses from the corners of his eyes. His left hand batted aside a killing thrust, his spin continued, and then he finally managed to draw blood by slicing across the face of the other man. As the man screamed, Haern jammed his right leg into the rooftop to halt his spin, and like a midnight predator he launched himself upon his wounded prey. Sabers sinking into flesh, Haern pulled them free and turned to the other man, blocking the anticipated attack. It had been a desperate attempt, for they both knew that one-on-one there would be no contest. Steel sang as Haern batted away the attempted flurry of blows, then stepped forward. The 2 were incredibly close, their weapons awkwardly positioned, but Haern had been ready. The other man had not. His knee rammed the man's groin as he simultaneously headbutted him. Dazed and struggling to stand, the man could do little when Haern's sabers came racing in, cutting across his belly and inner thigh, spilling blood and intestines across the rooftop. As the Sun Guild member collapsed, Haern turned to help his father. Of the original 3, one was dead, the other 2 pressing him hard with flanking maneuvers. Haern broke into a run, hoping neither had realized the other fight had ended. He slammed into one of the men with his shoulder, then rolled to halt his momentum, coming up just shy of the rooftop's edge. His opponent was not so lucky, sailing off the side and landing head first in a bloody heap at the feet of a no longer smiling Ridley. "You should have run," Haern told him. Ridley turned to do just that as Haern grabbed the side of the rooftop and swung down. Reaching into his belt, he grabbed 2 small, slender daggers weighted for throwing. As Ridley dashed for the street, Haern hurled the first, then the second. The first he'd sent purposefully wide left, and as it whisked past, Ridley instinctively jerked to the right, and into the path of the second dagger. It sank up to the handle into the man's right leg, and with a scream he crumpled. Haern rushed to where Ridley lay, and in his haste he nearly lost his foot. Ridley rolled onto his back, lashing out with a short sword he'd drawn while Haern could not see. At the last second, Haern leaped over it, landed on the other side of Ridley, spun, and then kicked him in the head as hard as he could. The connection made an audible crack, and Haern nearly screamed at the pain it caused his foot. The weapon dropped from Ridley's limp hand, and falling to one knee, Haern put a hand on Ridley's chest to feel for a heartbeat. "Is he dead?" Thren asked as he came up behind him. Haern glanced his way and saw him wrapping a torn piece of his cloak around his left arm. No doubt his father had finished off his final opponent, but given the amount of blood dripping down his arm, it looked like it hadn't been without cost. "Still breathing," Haern said, gingerly rising to his feet. It felt like he'd jammed several of his toes, if not dislocating one of them as well. "We need to get him out of the open." "We can't use his house," Thren said, finishing up tying his makeshift bandage. "Too many dead bodies lying around." Sheathing his sabers, Haern bent down and grabbed Ridley by the arms. "Help me," he said. "We don't have much time." Thren grabbed the other arm, and as if carrying a drunken friend, they hurried down the street, both on the lookout for other members of the Sun Guild. "Here," Thren said after crossing several streets. They were before a home that looked like any other, perhaps on the smaller side. There was a single window at the front, covered with a thick wooden shutter. "Where are we?" Haern asked. "All this used to be my territory," Thren said as he let go of Ridley to kneel before the closed door. "This home here is owned by a fat merchant who cheated on his wife at one of my... well, what used to be one of my whorehouses. She left him about a year ago, and I don't think there's been a day since where he actually falls asleep in his own bed instead of a tavern or a whorehouse." It took his father less than a minute to pick the lock, but it still felt like an eternity. Haern kept his eyes to the rooftops, alert for unwelcome visitors. Nothing. It seemed luck was now on their side. As Thren shoved open the door, Haern hefted Ridley back into his arms, dragging him inside. Given the nature of their intended conversation with Ridley and the likely screaming that would accompany it, Haern moved on past the initial living room and to the bedroom in the back. With a grunt, he plopped Ridley down onto the bed, then turned to his father, who entered the room holding his injured arm. "Will you be all right?" Haern asked. "I'm fine," Thren said. "Didn't tear muscle, only skin. Now let's get this bastard tied up before he wakes." Since they had no rope, they made do with the sheets on the bed, using their swords to cut ragged but usable strips. As they worked, Haern realized how easy it all was. How natural. For the third time in recent memory, he would torture a man for information at the side of his father. He knew, deep down, that this should give him chills, but it didn't. Instead, he felt the weight of the city upon his shoulders, the lives of hundreds of thousands who would die if Musion's tiles erupted, blasting the city with fire and destruction. Staring down at a miserable human being like Ridley, he found it difficult to summon any empathy or guilt. "Delicia wouldn't approve," Haern thought as they waited for Ridley to return to consciousness. Then again, that seemed to be an all too familiar occurrence as well. He'd always used her as his guide, but perhaps she was right to say she could no longer be that for him. The world was filled with dark places and ruled by people like Musion. To stand against it, he had to dwell in those dark places. Still, should it really feel so satisfying to cut down the Sun Guild's men?
"He's waking,"
Thren said, stirring Haern from his thoughts. Drawing a dagger from his belt, Thren knelt over Ridley and put the blade to the man's face so it'd be there when he awoke. Just the flat edge, no risk of drawing blood. Haern crossed his arms, willing to let his father do the dirty work. As if emerging from below water, Ridley awoke coughing and gagging. The makeshift ropes easily held him. Thren calmly waited, showing no real hurry. Haern steeled himself against the brutality that would surely follow.
"We do what must be done,"
Haern told himself. It felt like the words weren't for him, but the specter of Delicia he felt watching them.
"That's all. What must be done. Like putting down a rabid dog or amputating a rotting limb. Sometimes the real world has to be messy."
"Welcome back," Thren said as Ridley opened his eyes. His gaze flicked between the two of them, and there was no hiding his panic. Good, thought Haern. The more the man was afraid, the easier it'd be to break him. Thren saw this as well, and a smile blossomed on his face. "You two are dead man for this," Ridley said, putting on a brave front. "Is that so?" Thren said. "Your leaders already condemned us, yet here we both are. Seems like Musion might not be quite so godlike as he pretends." Ridley swallowed hard, and Haern caught him subtly testing the limits of his bonds. They would not give, of course. Both Haern and Thren knew how to restrain a prisoner. "What do you want from me?" Ridley asked after letting out a deep breath. Thren removed the dagger from Ridley's face, twirled it in his hand. "Well, now, this might be easier than I hoped," he said. "Less interesting, but that's a sacrifice I'm willing to make. We want to know where Musion sleeps, Ridley, and when." "He's an elf," Ridley said. "He doesn't sleep." "He does. Maybe not longer than a few hours, but I know he sleeps. Tell me where, Ridley, if you want us to remain on friendly terms." At the word friendly, Ridley let out a short laugh, and something about the resignation in the man's voice made Haern's stomach uneasy. "I don't know," he said. Thren shook his head. "Well," he said, "it looks like we may get to have some fun after all." Before Ridley could react, Thren took the dagger, grabbed Ridley's jaw with his free hand to hold him still, and then carefully slid the dagger into the man's left eye. Ridley's entire body went rigid, his teeth clenched tight as he breathed in and out using quick, shallow gasps. He tried to shut his eyes, but that pressed his eyelids against the sharpened edges of the dagger, forcing him to leave it open, blood and tears dripping down the side of his face. "I'm going to make this very clear," Thren said as he slowly twisted the dagger by the handle, rotating it back and forth by nearly imperceptible degrees. "The more I move this dagger, the more you'll feel the muscle and tendons holding your eye in place start to tear. Trust me when I say this will hurt very, very much. If you lie to me, I'll keep going until I finally rip the whole bloody thing out down to the stem. Tell me the truth, and answer my questions without any games or deception, and I'll push the dagger in instead. The blade will go into your brain, and you'll be free from this life and move on to whatever follows. Have I made myself clear?" Ridley's entire body had begun to shake, and he fought it with admirable control. "Yes," the man said, trying hard not to move his head when he spoke. "Very well. Let's try again, shall we? Where does Musion sleep?" "I don't know." Thren rotated the dagger 90 degrees. As Ridley screamed, Haern fought down his repulsion. What must be done, he told himself, though it was now harder to believe. This time, the specter of Delicia hovering over him wasn't disappointed. It was furious. "No lies, remember?" Thren said. Despite Ridley's screams of pain, Thren sounded calm, almost bored. "You're his second-in-command here in Veldaren, are you not?" "Yes!" "He trusts you more than anyone else in the Sun Guild, yes?" Yes, he does." Thren rotated the dagger 90 degrees in the opposite direction, bringing the eye back to its original position. "Then answer me," Thren said. "Where does Musion go to sleep? Where is he when he's most vulnerable?" "I don't know," Ridley screamed. "Damn it, Thren, enough," Haern said, grabbing his father by the shoulder. Thren pulled free, and he glared until Haern stepped away. "You both disappoint me," Thren said as he pulled back the dagger. The eye came with it, accompanied by a burst of blood and an audible pop. Ridley screamed, and now, free of the dagger, he jerked back his head, clenching both eyelids shut. Blood and tears continued to weep. Haern watched, torn between his desire to learn what he needed to save his city and the sheer gruesomeness of the torture the man endured. "Rabid dog," he told himself again and again, but it no longer carried the same strength. "You fools," Ridley said in between his gasps of pain. "I might be his second-in-command, but that means shit to someone like him. Musion doesn't trust anyone. No one knows where he goes at night to rest. We don't know his routine. We don't know when he'll come to us with orders. You think he's lived as long as he has by being predictable, by being trusting? For fuck's sake, aren't you two supposed to be the greatest threat that's left to fight him? Then the city's his. Just give up already. You don't stand a chance." When he ceased, the room filled with an angry silence. Thren stood over the bed, one hand clenched into a fist, the other clutching the dagger with the eyeball still pierced by the tip. "Thren," Haern said, voice soft. "I think he's telling the truth." Thren shook his head, and without a word he climbed onto the bed, straddled Ridley, and held his head once more in a vice grip. "I've seen the loyalty Musion inspires," Thren said, and somehow something had changed. He seemed to glow with cold loathing. Each word dripped with disgust and hatred. "I've seen men bow to him as if he were a god. He's no different than Karak, no different than Ashur. He wants to be worshipped as a divinity. He wants to build a legend to rival anything accomplished by humanity's hands. You've screamed and begged, Ridley, but you haven't made me believe you." "You know nothing of him," Ridley said, panic creeping into his voice. "I was his heir," Thren whispered, dagger slipping beneath the remaining eye. "Who's the damn fool now?" The door to the bedroom opened, and Haern felt his heart leap in his chest. Spinning, hands falling for his sabers, he expected members of the Sun Guild. Instead, he found a fat man with a receding hairline and alcohol stains on his shirt. The home's owner, Haern realized. "The fuck?" the man asked, eyes bloodshot, brow furrowed. Before either could answer, Ridley flung his body forward, straining every limit of his bonds. His head snapped forward, plunging Thren's dagger deep into his other eye, burying it up to the hilt. Immediately afterward, his body began to seize, head flopping up and down, arms flailing against the tied sheets. "Gods damn it," Thren said, ripping out the dagger. Furious, he turned to the interloper, yanked off the eyeball, and then flung the dagger across the room. It sank into the throat of the fat man, who stood there stunned. Haern watched just as stunned, knowing he should have done something to stop it, yet he'd not. With two men now dead, the room began to stink of blood and evacuated bowels. Pulling his hood lower, Haern stepped over the homeowner's corpse. "Time to go," he said. "It's almost morning, and there's nothing left for us here." "You're wrong," Thren said, retrieving his dagger. "We may not have learned anything, but we're fighting a war, and must take every victory we can." Haern turned back around, shrugged. "Then what do you want?" he asked. Thren glared down at Ridley's body. "To leave a message," he said, and then he began to work. Using the sheets of the bed, they tied his arms together and then hung him naked before the door of his home. His eyes were gone, as were his fingers, his ears, and his tongue. Across his bare chest, carved deep into the skin, bled the symbol of the spider. Chapter 7. Musion stormed into the guild house, between the guards who snapped alert in near terror, and into the main foyer. Nearly a dozen men and women stood waiting, their ears full of rings. They were his best, his brightest. What was left of them, anyway? Those whom Haern Fellhorn hadn't butchered the night before. "What do we know?" Musion asked as they gave way, allowing him access to the large round table in the center of the well-lit room. On the table was a grand map of Veldaren, accompanied by multiple bottles of wine and ale. Musion grabbed one, accepted a glass immediately offered by a man to his right, and poured himself a drink. "Ridley was attacked at his home," said Haley, a woman with blonde hair and 15 rings and studs in her left ear. She was one of the few from Veldaren's old guilds to rapidly rise in rank, all 15 kills having come after her joining the Sun Guild. "His guards were ready for it, not that it seemed to matter. We found dead bodies all about both the rooftops and the ground below. After that, best guess is he took Ridley, dragged him to a nearby safe house, and then got to work." Musion glanced around to the others, and none looked eager to disagree with the assessment or add anything of note. "That's it?" Musion asked. "That's all we know." "The spider makes it pretty clear who is responsible," said Roddick, the other recruit from Veldaren in the room, and a former member of the Spider Guild, no less. "At least, who we're supposed to think is responsible. Haern Fellhorn doesn't appear to be too frightened of your threats, Musion." Having finished the glass, Musion poured a second and downed it as well. It burned his throat, but it felt like appropriate punishment given his mistakes. "I should have killed the bastard when I had him," he muttered. "Haern's pride is far too great to hand over Veldaren without a fight. Question is, did Haern do this alone? And what was he hoping to gain?" "It's obvious what he wanted," said Haley. "He wanted to send a message." Musion was hardly convinced. They could have wanted information from Ridley as well, the man having had his fingers in nearly everything that transpired within the city. He let the matter drop as another of the group spoke up. "Is Haern good enough to handle 6 men at once?" asked Owen, a bald man with a slight lisp. Of everyone there, he bore the most rings in his ears, at 27. Since the death of Ridley's guards, Musion considered Owen the most competent of his men when it came to battle, with only the newcomer Zusa as a possible challenger. "Haern would certainly say he is," Roddick said. Musion shook his head. "No," he said. "Not those 6. I expected someone to make an attempt on Ridley's life, and those 6 were the best I had. 3 he could handle, 4 at most. Someone helped him." "Former members of his guild?" asked Haley. Letting out a sigh, Musion put his hand on the map of Veldaren, analyzing it. "Ridley's body was left hanging in the heart of what used to be the Spider Guild's territory," he said. "That wasn't an accident. He wants the rest of his guild to know he's alive and resisting. Haley's right. This was about a message, which means we must send one in return." Musion glanced about, checking faces as he came to his decision. "Everyone but Haley out," he said. The men and women exchanged looks, then obeyed, heading outside or up the stairs to the various gambling rooms and private bedrooms. Standing opposite him at the table, Haley waited with her hands crossed behind her back. He could see the fear in her, the way she struggled to maintain an image of calm. Fearful, but controlled. Excellent. "How well did you know those of the Spider Guild?" he asked her when they were alone. She hesitated. "I know of many Musion, mostly by name, and only those with a respectable rank. Wilson Kett liked to keep track of those in power among all the other guilds, Haern's in particular. Musion walked to one of the far walls, on which hung a painted landscape featuring the four-pointed star. The star dominated the skyline so that no other stars might shine, and so that the light of the rising sun looked weak in comparison. Beneath was a dresser with many slender drawers, and yanking open the one on the bottom, he reached in and pulled out a book bound in fine leather. Dropping it before Haley, he opened it to the halfway mark, skimmed a few pages, and then stopped and pointed. "Can you read?" he asked. "Yes," she said, nodding. "Good. Here is every addition to my guild since our arrival to Veldaren. Find me 6 who once belonged to the Spider Guild. The higher their former rank, the better." Haley swallowed, and he could tell she was relieved. Now, knowing his ire would not be aimed at her, she pored over the pages, tapping at names. Musion grabbed a sheet of paper from the same dresser where he'd gotten the enrollment list, and he jotted down each name Haley listed. When she was done, he added Roddick as the 7th, then went to the door of the foyer and yanked it open. "Give this to Owen," he told the man on guard, handing over the list. "Tell him I want all 7 brought here to me at once. Oh, and that Zeusa woman as well. He'll know who I mean." "Of course," the man said, bowing low and then hurrying away. Musion slammed the door shut and caught Haley staring at him from across the room. "Is there something you'd like to say?" he asked. "No," she said. "Then leave. Your part in this is over." Haley dipped her head in respect, then left. In her absence, Musion moved about the large table in the center, pulling away several chairs and stacking them at the far wall so that only 7 remained. That done, he poured himself another drink and waited. The former members of the Spider Guild, 5 men and 2 women, arrived in scattered bursts, and he greeted each one in turn with the same quiet order. "Take a seat and say nothing," he told them. That was all. It took nearly 30 minutes of awkward silence, worried glances, and muted coughs before the last arrived, Zeusa and Roddick striding in together. Unlike the last time he'd seen her, Zeusa wore a long coat instead of a cloak, and sewn onto her pale shirt was the four-pointed star. "Have a seat, Roddick," Musion said after ordering Owen to remain outside. "Zeusa, beside me, please." The two exchanged a look and then obeyed. As Zeusa joined him at the wall, he turned so his back was to the table, and he lowered his voice so only she might hear. "Thren killed someone important to me," he whispered, "and for every one he takes, I will take 7 from him. These are the 7. Go kill them where they sit." He stared into her eyes with each word he spoke, watching for signs of weakness, hesitation, or refusal. Upon her hearing the order, there was none, only the slightest of nods. "As you wish," she said, "but before I start, which of the 7 should I fear most?" The question alone improved his opinion of her immensely. "Roddick," he said. Zeusa nodded, turned toward the table. Casually, she walked toward the 7. Crossing his arms and leaning against the wall beside the painting, Musion watched, eager to see for himself the skill Ridley had insisted Zeusa wielded. "Well," he thought, "at least I shall have myself some entertainment. A shame you could not watch it with me, Ridley." As Zeusa curled around the table, heading for Roddick, Musion felt his anticipation building. It had been a very long time since he'd witnessed a fighter of any intriguing skill. But a former follower of Karak, taught by the dark human god how to kill? This had promise, and it put a small smile on his face. The 7 watched her, unsure what Musion wanted of them and clearly wary of Zeusa's role in the matter. Zeusa, however, appeared unconcerned, and it wasn't until she was directly behind Roddick that her hand dropped to her waist. "Roddick," she said, causing him to turn her way. Doing so exposed his neck, and with beautiful smoothness, she drew a long dagger, sliced it across his throat, and then flipped the dagger blade downward so she could jam it into the eye of the woman who sat beside him. Just like that, 2 were dead, and the others had yet to leave their seats. Musian's smile doubled in size. The final 5 lurched to their feet, drawing short swords and daggers to defend themselves. "Slay her and live," Musian called out to them, wanting to ensure they gave it their all. "Flee, and you die by my hand instead of hers." Even at their superior numbers, Zusa remained undaunted. With no hesitation, no fear, she jumped onto the table, toes barely touching the wood before she pushed herself off, leaping straight at the man on the opposite side. Unprepared for the sudden assault, he lifted his blade while falling back. It accomplished nothing, Zusa flying at him like an arrow that would never miss. Her daggers slammed aside his defense. She sidestepped left, then pirouetted. Arms lashing out, she blocked a strike from the woman near her while simultaneously slicing open the jugular of the first man. Blood splashed into the air, hot and sticky as it sprayed her cheek and hair. Undeterred, she finished the pirouette with both feet planted firmly on the ground, allowing her to leap at the woman with all her strength. They collided, a tangle of steel and limbs. To her foe, it might have been chaos. But Musian's eyes saw the control, the way Zusa positioned her blades to ensure a killing thrust as they rolled to the floor. The remaining 3 moved to surround her, a man named Renly shouting orders to the others in a frantic attempt to coordinate. This was it, Musian knew. Zusa's advantage of surprise was lost, and the rest had positioning as well. Forming a triangle, they closed in as Zusa separated herself from the dead woman's bleeding corpse. "Which of you 3 is the bravest?" Zusa asked, head constantly on a swivel. "Don't need to be," said Renly. "Just need you to make a mistake." Zusa smiled his way. "You'll die last," she said. At his smirk, she dove into a roll, directly toward the table. The 2 men she dove between swung, their blades slashing the air above her. Shouting out cries to follow, the 3 rushed the table, hoping to trap her underneath. Musian thought she might spin about, perhaps attempt to hamstring one, but instead he saw her reach the center of the table and then fall straight into the shadowed floor, vanishing completely. Instead of confusion, Musian felt only elation as Zusa reappeared, falling from the very ceiling. Her opponents had no idea she'd even vanished as she came crashing down, one dagger jamming into a man's back. As he screamed, Zusa yanked it free, dashed 2 steps, and slammed both blades into another's chest as he turned to see the reason for the scream. He toppled, and Zusa twisted her daggers on their way out, then faced the lone survivor, Renly. "You got anything besides tricks?" he asked, holding his short sword up in defense. "Come on, let's see you kill at least one man face to face." With no urgency, Zusa carefully stalked Renly. She feinted an attack, just a quick flinch, but enough to make Renly hop backward. Musian laughed in open mockery of the final survivor. At the start, Zusa had resembled a wild panther unleashed. Now she was a cat playing with a mouse. Zusa swung a single dagger, hitting the short sword, making its metal sing. Then came the other, back and forth, each stroke accompanied by a step forward. With every block, Renly retreated, her attacks coming with such a maddeningly consistent yet rapid pace he found no chance to counter, no way to break her cycle. There were ways, of course. Musian could list off several solutions to take control of the battle, but Renly was not Musian. When his back touched the wall, Renly panicked. At last, attempting to counter one of the cuts during the brief window between it and the next. His sword chopped for Zeus's head, but she twisted her body, the sharpened edge swishing through the air. A step, a thrust, and Zeus's dagger plunged to the hilt in the man's chest, piercing his heart. As Renly let out a pained gasp, she put a foot on his sternum and kicked him off her weapon so he could tumble down and die. From his wall, Musian clapped in approval. A splendid display. he said.
I do only what must be done,
Zusa said, cleaning blood off her daggers using one of the dead women's coats. Tell me, the trick you used to vanish and reappear. You both came and went from the darkest parts of the room, where the sunlight could not reach through the windows. Is that a power Karak granted you, a way to make doorways of the darkness? Zusa eyed him from across the room. Her hesitance lasted but a moment before she stood and jammed her daggers into her belt. It is, she said, elaborating no further. Muzian grinned at her as he thought of their first meeting. You could have left the chair I bound you to at any time, he said. Yet I didn't. Muzian nodded. Indeed, you didn't. I shall remember that, Zusa. As I shall remember your trick, should you ever turn against me. Muzian walked to the door of the guildhouse, stepping carefully around the bodies so no blood stained his boots, and opened it. Owen waited outside, back purposefully to the entrance as if he was trying to show he'd been in no way listening to the carnage within. Back inside, Muzian said, and Owen followed. Returning to the bodies, he gestured to the 7 dead. Hang them somewhere public, he told Owen. For every one Thren kills, I shall send him 7 in return. The rest who belong to the Spider Guild won't be happy with it, said Owen. Getting killed for something Thren does? They won't see it as fair. Then they best pray that when Thren inevitably comes recruiting, they turn him into me before anyone else might die. Muzian let out a bitter chuckle. Fair? When in any of their miserable lives has the world been fair? As Owen left to gather men to help him carry out the order, another man entered, one of his veteran members, named Cole. He was on the shorter side, face covered with an uneven growth of blonde hair. Muzian? He said, bowing low. What is it? Muzian asked. The man cleared his throat, and the troubled look on his face put a damper on Muzian's fragile good mood. We need you outside the city, he said. For what? Cole pointedly glanced to Zusa. I think it best that only your ears hear this for now, he said. I assure you, Muzian, I'm not wasting your time. That's serious. Muzian let out a sigh, and he beckoned Zusa over. When she came, he took her hand and raised it to his lips. Thank you for a brief moment of sunshine this morning, he said, kissing her across the knuckles. Wash the blood off you and find yourself a change of clothes. Once you're done, see if you can hunt down Thren Fellhorn for me so that these 7 are the last who must die because of his stubbornness. A quick nod was her answer, and bracing himself for more bad news, Muzian turned to Cole and gestured for him to lead the way. I'll explain when we're free of the city, Cole said as they shut the door to the guildhouse behind them. I mean it when I say your ears should be the only ones hearing this. Your confidence in the importance of this matter is admirable, Muzian said as they walked down the main street toward the western entrance through the wall surrounding the city. For your sake, I hope you are right. I think in this matter, I'd rather be wrong than right, Cole said. Muzian raised an eyebrow. I'm not kind to those who waste my time. At that, Cole let out a laugh. Well aware, Muzian, but when you see what I'm afraid of, I think even you will be relieved to find out I'm worrying over nothing. Suddenly, the last vestiges of his good mood from Zeus's display were gone. Cole wasn't nervous over something minor. No. This had him worried down to the bone. Not good. Not good at all. They kept to themselves as they neared the gate, and they passed through without inspection, the star on their clothes all that was necessary to prevent questioning. Down the well-worn dirt path they walked, putting the city behind them. Would you consider us alone? Cole asked, giving one last glance around. There were a few walking the same road, but they were either several hundred feet behind and falling farther, or much too far ahead to hear anything but shouting. Safe enough, Muzian said. Now tell me where we're going and why the secrecy. As they crested a shallow hill,
Cole pointed up ahead to where a covered wagon remained stationary a quarter-mile away. "We were bringing in the final shipment Luther sent us," Cole began. "Was the smallest by far, just 4 of the tiles bearing our mark. Because of it, we loaded up some crates of crimleaf along with it before leaving Kerr, hid 'em beneath stacks of wheat. Filled up the wagon pretty good. Probably too much, given the shitty condition that rotting piece of junk is in. Broken axle coming down the hill, and we didn't have a replacement, seeing how it was the 3rd damn time it had broken on the trip here. Anyway, since Veldarin was so close, we just sat tight and sent Darrell out to get us what we needed to fix it." "All of this is fascinating," Musian said, his patience starting to thin. "But I hope you did not bring me out here because of a broken wagon." "Give me more credit than that, Musian. While we were waiting, we decided to unload everything to make it easier to lift up the wagon and get it fixed. That meant dropping a couple of those tiles onto the dirt. And there they stayed for a good hour while Darrell wasted all our time haggling, no doubt hoping to pocket whatever coin he saved. Well, he came back, we fixed our wagon, and then started loading everything back up. And that's when we stumbled upon our little discovery." Musian didn't like where this was going in the slightest, but he asked anyway. "Luther's tiles," he guessed. "Something's not right with them." "That's right," Cole said. "The one that had been pushed into the dirt by the weight of the others atop it, to be specific. We couldn't get the damn thing out. Tried prying it up, digging it out, but nothing. Wasn't budging. Lifting it was like trying to lift a boulder. Last, we got ourselves a long bar of iron and jammed it underneath real good. Darrell's the biggest of all of us, so we had him give it a nice strong push." "What happened?" "Darrell collapsed to the ground, flopping like a fish out of water." Cole shook his head. "He didn't seem hurt too bad, just real surprised. Said it felt like his hands got stung by bees, only it went through his entire body. Wasn't but a few seconds before he was able to hold himself still. No mark on his hands, no injury that we can tell, but given the circumstances, we figured it best we go and bring you over to handle the matter yourself, all things considered." "All 337, you mean," thought Musian, the number of tiles they'd buried throughout the city at Luther's behest. "It may just be a simple protection," Musian said as they approached the wagon. 3 men waited there, sitting in the grass or in the back, and they hopped to their feet once Musian was only a minute away. "Protection?" asked Cole. "By who?" Musian glared at him. "No more questions," he said, refusing to answer. Things were already spiraling out of control. The last thing he wanted was Cole's wagging tongue making it worse. Given Luther's secrecy and how the burial of the tiles had been his only requirement for aiding the Sun Guild in taking over Veldarin, he'd known the man had ulterior motives. The question was what exactly they were. His assumption had been that the tiles bore some use against Asher's faithful, perhaps weakening their power, or alerting Karak's priests to their presence should they pass by. That the tiles had protections built into them to prevent removal, while displeasing him, did not surprise him. Still, now that he knew for certain magic was involved, it was time to discover what exactly those tiles might do. "Has anything changed with the tile during Cole's absence?" Musian asked as he stopped before the 3. "Not a thing," said the biggest of them. "Are you Darrell?" Musian asked. "I am." "Good. You still have that piece of iron?" "That I do." "You want to take a crack at it?" Musian shook his head. "No, but someone else will." Looking none too pleased, Darrell followed him around to the back of the wagon, where in the grass not far off the road was one of the tiles bearing the mark of the Sun Guild. Musian stared at it, starting to regret ever agreeing to cooperate with Luther. At the time, invading Veldarin had looked to be an incredibly difficult task. When Grayson had died, that pushed him into agreeing with Luther's plan. Being able to smuggle in so many goods and men, all with the city guard turning a blind eye at the gates, had given him the initial foothold he'd needed.
How did the placing of a few stone tiles bearing his own symbol compare to that? Easy work, and though he'd known there was more to them, he'd considered it a mild curiosity, something pertaining to gods and faith and other matters he could not care about in the slightest. But now? Now he'd get to find out how greatly he should regret that decision. "Cole, head back to Veldaren," he said. "Find yourself some hired labor. The dimmer the better, and then bring him back here. Just one man, you understand? If anyone asks, you need help getting the wagon fixed and loaded. Oh, and procure a nice heavy sledge, too." "Understood," said Cole. As the man returned to the city, Muzian found himself a comfortable patch of grass, a suitable distance away from the other men, lay down, and waited for Cole's return. It took over half an hour, and all the while Muzian ran through scenarios of what the tiles could do and how he would react when he knew for certain. He could challenge Luther about it, act furious, or pretend he knew nothing at all. It depended on the game the priest played and how that game affected him. When Cole returned, a gargantuan of a man walked alongside him. His arms stayed in a locked position as he walked, his footsteps strangely stiff and uneven. As he walked, his eyes remained focused on the ground, his head slightly bent. "So, who is this?" Muzian asked, rising from the grass to meet the two on the road. "Caretaker said to just call him Boy," Cole said. Boy looked up, and he smiled once in greeting. "The guy said he'll do whatever we ask so long as it don't hurt him." "That'll work," Muzian said. Boy seemed an appropriate enough name, for the way the big man looked about, Muzian doubted he had intelligence beyond that of a 5- or 6-year-old human child. "Give him the sledge." Cole did, and leading the way, they circled around the wagon to where the tile lay buried in the grass. "See that?" Muzian told Boy. "When I yell for you to start, I want you to break that thing into as many pieces as you can. Do you understand me?" "Yeah, I got it," Boy said, each word slow and carefully spoken. "Excellent." Muzian turned and walked back toward the road. He had enough experience around magic to know that the best way to observe unknown occurrences of it was at a very, very safe distance. His hope was that it all meant nothing, and that even if the tiles were protected, it'd just break a few bones or give Boy a nasty shock. Cole followed him, hands in his pockets and a frown on his face. Meanwhile, the other three lingered at the wagon watching. "That tile nearly knocked Daryl out," Cole said. "You sure it's a good idea doing this?" "No, I'm not," Muzian said, turning about to watch after ensuring there were no nearby travelers on the road west. "But unless one of you 4 feel like volunteering, that's why we have our idiot over there doing it for us. Speaking of, tell him to start." Cole cupped his hands to his mouth and yelled for Boy, who'd remained still as a statue before the tile, to begin. At first, Boy stared at the tile for a moment, then lifted up the sledge by its long wooden handle. With a motion akin to that of chopping firewood, a task Muzian had a feeling Boy had performed many, many times, the enormous man lifted the sledge up into the air and then swung it down with all his impressive might. The metal head cracked the tile, and with the crack came a sound like a great release of air. Silence followed, incredibly brief, and then the explosion rocked the ground. Purple flame rolled in all directions, consuming the wagon and turning the grass to ash. The loudest stroke of thunder Muzian had ever heard struck him like a physical blow to the chest. Staggering a step back, he watched with mouth open as the fire slowly dwindled, revealing an enormous crater in the earth where the tile had been. All that remained of the wagon was broken wood and scattered burning wheat. Of Boy and the other 3 he saw nothing, not even bodies. "Holy shit," Cole said, eyes wide as saucers. "Shit, shit, shit! What was that, Musion? What the fuck was? Musion slashed open a red smile beneath Cole's blonde beard, twisting to dodge the sudden flow of blood. As Cole dropped to the grass, body convulsing, Musion let out a sigh. "I'm sorry," he said, turning back to the smoking remnants, "but no one can know. Not even you. It's a matter of trust, Cole, and right now I trust no one but the dead." He doubted the man heard, but he felt better offering that parting wisdom anyway. Watching ash flutter about, listening to the crackle of dwindling fire, Musion felt his stomach harden into an iron ball. Luther had been tricking him. That Musion had always known, but to accomplish this madness? This insanity? If every tile could erupt in the same way, then all of Veldaren was an idiot with a sledge away from becoming ash and rubble. It went beyond anything logical, anything sane. Plan forming in his mind, Musion turned to the city and began trudging back, chastising himself along the way. He should have known better. He should have seen this coming. When dealing with a fanatical man of faith, what meaning did logic and sanity hold? But at least he still had a chance to correct things, even if doing so meant visiting with yet more fanatics. That night he would have a word with Karak's priests in Veldaren, and he knew just the woman to show him the way. Chapter 8. 3 hours. That was all Haern had slept in the past day and a half, and he felt the effects of it wearing on his nerves. After they'd hung the mutilated body, Haern had insisted he and his father lie low for a while to rest and plan. Finding an inn on the opposite side of the city, they'd crashed, Thren in the bed, Haern on the floor. Pretending not to notice the cockroaches skittering in the corners, Haern had closed his eyes and slept, though not nearly long enough. "Get up," Thren had said, pushing the tip of his boot into Haern's chest to wake him. "It's almost midday. Enough rest." Haern had disagreed, but he would not appear weak before his father, who acted as if sleep were something he occasionally flirted with. Unwrapping himself from his cloaks, he'd risen, rubbed his eyes, pulled his hood lower over his face, and then prepared to face another day of hunting and bloodshed. Neck aching from the uncomfortable sleeping position, Haern pushed the pain into a far corner of his mind and tried to focus through the groggy fog on the task at hand. "Ridley's death is bound to upset Musion," Thren said as he led Haern through the open market and its buzzing crowd of men and women. Stomach grumbling, Haern swiped an apple and tossed a copper, all without the seller, a young girl, noticing until the coin landed in her lap. "Good to know our efforts will annoy the bastard," Haern said after taking a bite, "but I'm still not sure how that helps us." "Ridley was important, which means he'll need to be replaced," Thren said, twisting sideways to slide between two big men who stood chatting in the middle of the pathway, as if oblivious to the traffic on either side of them. "Until then, Musion will need to be more hands-on when it comes to his various enterprises, and that means someone might actually know where he is." So that's why we're in the market, Haern thought as he glanced about. His father was searching for members of the Sun Guild, no doubt hoping to take another for interrogation as he had Ridley. His gut said the result would be a similar dead end, but it wasn't like Haern had any better ideas, so he followed. "We're getting an awful lot of strange looks," Haern whispered to his father as they neared the center of the market. "Most cloaks have turned themselves over to the patches, coats, and earrings of the sun," Thren said softly back. "Soon the style of the West will become highly fashionable among even the noble bloods. You and I, we're walking relics of a dying past. Plus, you're wearing that damn hood. You might as well write Thief Guild in blood across your chest. You're cheery in the morning, you know that? It's midday. Keep up." Throughout the stalls, Haern saw young street rats trained to pilfer the pockets of the wealthy and unaware. Nearby would be a taskmaster in charge of them, and to whom they'd bring their score immediately in case they were later caught, and more importantly, so they didn't sneak off to spend it themselves. That taskmaster would be on the lower end in terms of rank, but at least it was a place to start. Near the northern corner of the market, back to a wall with arms crossed and eyes alert, Haern spotted such a taskmaster. The symbol of the sun was sewn proudly onto the front of his shirt, and folded at his feet was a long gray coat. Haern made sure to not meet the man's eyes, instead nudging his father's elbow. "There," he said, nodding his head slightly. "I saw him," Thren said. "His name's Halloran. Used to belong to my guild. Musean would never let someone like him know anything of the slightest importance. Keep moving. We'll find someone else." "How about we let Halloran lead us to that someone else?" Haern asked, and before letting his father answer, he turned about, looping past a stall of blueberries to get a closer look at the former spider. The man's garments were clean, yet his hair was long and ratty, his hands dirty. It made him resemble an ugly animal stuffed into fine clothing, and he looked fittingly uncomfortable. Taking one last bite of his apple, Haern flung it sideways, aiming for the man's forehead. It smacked him straight between the eyes, eliciting a furious howl. "Get back here, you piece of shit!" Halloran shouted, wiping at his face with one hand while drawing a dagger with the other. Haern turned, and he spread his arms out to either side as if confused. "Oh, sorry, I didn't see you there," Haern said as Halloran came rushing toward him. "The fuck you didn't," the other man said, and he punched his free hand into Haern's stomach. Letting it connect, Haern doubled over, exaggerating the pain while keeping an eye on that dagger. The second he looked ready to use it, "Damn it, I said I didn't see you," Haern cried, taking an uneven step backward. A glance about showed those passing by only mildly intrigued. Good. Halloran punched again, a roundhouse that might have impressed a foe in a bar fight. For Haern, who'd endured blows from men like Ghost and Grayson, it was an easily ignored tap to the jaw. Not that he let it show. No, Haern sold the punch the best he could, stumbling back another step and then falling to his rump. Halloran pointed his dagger at Haern and then spit. "Watch what you're doing," he said. "I might not be so nice next time." Now, no need to lose your temper," Thren said, stepping between them and grabbing the wrist of the hand that held the dagger. Before the man could react, Thren had pushed him to the wall, then to an alley that formed a shaded exit from the market. Wiping blood from his swelling lip, Haern rose to his feet, giving another glance about to ensure they'd gotten the proper reaction. To anyone casually observing, Thren was just someone preventing a beaten foe from enduring more punishment. After fixing his hood, Haern followed them into the alleyway. Thren stood before Halloran, a huge grin on his face. "How's life been treating you in your new guild, Hal?" he asked. "I didn't know you were back, I swear," Halloran insisted, eyes wide, hands shaking. Thren had drawn no weapons, but the way the former guild member stood with his back to the wall, arms raised, there might as well have been a blade to his throat. "You disbanded. That's what everyone said. You were gone, and we were free to do whatever. So I did. I did what everyone with half a brain would do and joined the Dark Hand." "But you only have a quarter of a brain," Thren said, leaning closer so all Halloran would see was his eyes. "So I hope it doesn't tax you too terribly when I ask where I can find Musean." Halloran swallowed. "You know I don't know that," he said. "Musean keeps to himself, always does." As Haern kept watch on the alley entrance, Thren reached into Halloran's pants pocket, pulled out a pouch of coins, and held it before the man's nose. "Who do you take these to?" Thren asked. "Leoric," Halloran said. "Leoric Goldear. One of Musean's men he brought with him from Mordena." "Where is he?" The man looked over to Haern as if noticing for the first time he was there, and his eyes widened further. "The Watcher?" he asked. "You're working with the Watcher?" "Strange times make strange bedfellows," Thren said, grabbing him by the front of the shirt and shoving him hard against the wall.
Now, where's Leoric? I'm not asking a third time, Halloran. Corner of West and Bronze. He'll be waiting there for money from people like me, I swear. How will I recognize him?
Halloran tapped his left eye.
This eye's all white, with a scar running along here toward his head.
Excellent, Thren said.
For once, Hal, you were helpful.
Halloran's smile lasted only a heartbeat before Thren yanked the dagger out of his hand, flipped it around, and jammed it into the same eye Hal had tapped. Muffling the death scream with his arm, Thren guided him to the ground, then let him plop onto his stomach. The brutality of it left Haern shocked. He should protest, he knew. Demand the unnecessary killings cease. A bad taste filled his mouth. Given the many of the Sun Guild he'd slaughtered the night before, did he really have much of a leg to stand on?
I thought he was one of your own,
Haern asked, trying to dismiss his confusion.
I hardly wanted him even when he was,
Thren said, wiping a bit of blood and fluid from his hand onto his pants leg.
When I reform the Spider Guild, no one will miss him, least of all me. Now, would you like to stand here and mourn for that idiot, or come with me to Bronze Street so we can have a chat with someone of much higher intellect?
Spotting Leoric was simple enough. The older man with a clouded eye waiting on the street corner, his long coat sporting the symbol of the sun just shy of the front left pocket. A second man was with him, smaller, his body nearly enveloped by his coat and the wide-brimmed hat he wore. Thren and Haern spied on the two from farther up the road, using the uneven jut of the buildings to hide.
They're both in the open, Haern said. Grabbing Leoric and getting him out of sight won't be easy. There's a little space between the two buildings behind them,
Thren said, nodding toward the small glovers' and milliners' shops.
We can drag him there.
I see. And what will you do when Leoric starts screaming from your persuasions to talk? Thren glared his way.
Less sarcasm, more ideas, if you wouldn't mind.
It's your idea to do this in daylight, so you come up with the solutions. Haern looked up and down the street, knowing that to the few who passed by, they had to look obscenely guilty of something. Time was not on their side, and neither was the daylight. What he'd give for a blanket of stars and the quiet danger of Valderen's night hours.
We have no choice, Thren said, shaking his head. Wait until it's clear, and then we go. I'll take down Leoric before he can cause a scene. You kill the one with him. We'll drag him into the alley, gag him, and then make sure he knows anything other than the answer we want will get him killed when we finally ungag him.
Simple enough, Haern said, again glancing about to take in the locations of those walking the street. He did everything he could not to dwell on what work Thren planned on doing.
Sometimes simple is best, Thren said.
After those two women there are gone, we go. Another 30 seconds, and then the street was clear. Thren stepped out from behind the building and walked as if in no real hurry. Haern followed, keeping his head down, face obscured by the shadows of his hood. The two would stand out, there was no doubt about that. The question was how Leoric and his companion would react. If fate was kind, confidence and ego would outweigh caution. Leoric was talking with the other man, unbothered by their approach. When Haern was just within earshot, the man let out a laugh.
"I swear I'm seeing ghosts,"
he said, finally turning their way. Thren continued without hesitation, a calm, steady approach that hid well his lethal intentions.
"Just men wishing to have a friendly word,"
Haern said, tilting his head and willing the magic within the hood to pull back, dispelling its permanent shadows to reveal just enough of his face for them to see his smile, a smile he hoped was convincing.
"Everyone's friends in this city, if the coin is right,"
Leoric said. Beside him, his companion turned, and Haern saw his initial assumptions had been horribly incorrect. Not a man, but a woman, with deep green eyes, dark skin, and a frighteningly familiar glare. Haern felt his heart sink into his chest moments before Thren attacked. Oh, shit. Once Thren was close enough, he leaped forward, elbow leading. It connected with Leoric's forehead, who reacted far too late to get out of the way. As the man fell, Haern drew his blades and dashed to put himself between Zusa and Thren. He offered only the lamest of swings, which Zusa easily blocked. The movements knocked aside her hat, revealing her hair pulled back from her face. They knew we were coming, Haern thought. Her eyes met his, and she glanced just once to her left, down the street, before leaping toward him. Their weapons met, interlocking, and as she pushed, she gave him a smile. "I suggest you run," she whispered, then twirled away, avoiding an attempted spearing by Thren from the side. Thren made to chase, but Haern yelled for him to wait. The man looked back a half-second, glaring, and then all along the rooftops rose members of the Sun, loaded crossbows in hand. Now it was Thren's turn to curse. Remembering the way Zusa had looked, and praying he had interpreted it correctly, Haern shouted for his father to follow and then sprinted left, keeping his body low and flinging his cloaks wide to make himself a harder target. From up above came the distinctive twang of bowstrings, followed by the clacks of the bolts striking the stone street. Haern continued weaving from side to side, pushing his legs to their limit. When he reached the end of the street, somehow not filled with holes from the crossbowmen, he glanced behind to see a dozen more members of the Sun rushing from the opposite direction. If he and Thren had fled right instead of left, they'd have crossed the guild members' path in seconds. "Follow me," Thren shouted, zipping past him, curling left, and bolting down the street. Haern followed, cursing the sun that denied him a dozen hiding spots he could have used otherwise. He'd wondered why one direction had been guarded and the other not. That question was answered when 8 men, half with swords, half with crossbows, cut them off at the end of the street. "To the rooftops," Haern said, rolling to the side as bolts flew through the air toward them, one hitting close enough to punch a hole through one of his cloaks. Wishing he could soar into the air as easily as Zusa did, Haern jumped, kicked off the wall, and caught a bolt of iron holding up the sign of some store. Rocking backward first, he then flung his legs forward, gaining enough momentum to release, curl around feet first, and catch the side of the roof with his hand. Doubting his father would be able to recreate the maneuver, Haern pulled himself the rest of the way up, ignored the unnerving sound of a bolt thunking into the building inches away from his arm, and then lay flat on his belly, arms hanging over the side. Thren jumped, caught him by the wrists, and used them to join Haern on the rooftop. "Why are we running?" Thren asked as he crouched low to prevent anyone on the ground below from having a clean shot. "Because I don't feel like dying?" Seemed obvious enough to Haern. He vaulted into a sprint, leaping from rooftop to rooftop as the shouts of their pursuers followed. Thren wasn't far behind, his eyes more often on the streets than on his path. "Too many," he said, suddenly grabbing Haern's arm. "This way." Turning back the way they'd come, he ran to the side, grabbed the rooftop, and then swung down through an open window. Haern followed without question, tumbling into an empty bedroom. Opposite the window was a closet, and Thren dashed into it and wedged himself to one side. Haern did likewise, pushing his back against the closet interior and then grabbing the closet door to yank it mostly closed, leaving but a tiny crack for him to peer out of. "We'll be trapped if they find us here," Haern said as he hunkered down deeper into his side of the closet. "They can't search every home in Veldaren," Thren said. "They'll scour a bit more, then assume us gone. Just be patient." Haern pulled his legs up closer to his chest, trying to get comfortable given the meager room for the two of them. Only a tiny sliver of sunlight made it to his eye when he peered through the crack. Even if someone were to glance inside, it'd be a miracle for them to spot the hiding place. "We shouldn't have run," said Thren, earning a glare from Haern. "Why not?" "It sets a bad precedent. I don't like letting Musion think we're scared." Haern let out a sigh, very much not wanting to argue the point. His head ached, whether from hunger, lack of sleep, or the sudden exertion he could only begin to guess. "We were outnumbered over 10-1, he said, "and I know the woman who led them. She's a match for either of us, Thren. Add her to the mix, and it was only a matter of time before we ended up dead." "No one is a match for us, Watcher." The comment
elicited a chuckle from Haern. "You may be right," he said, "but truth be told, I wouldn't want to face her to find out for certain." "You held your own just fine not moments ago." "She wasn't trying. It looks like we're not the only ones playing games with the Sun Guild." From the window came a soft thud, and both immediately fell silent. Haern peered through the crack, watching as a man in a long coat knelt into the bedroom, gave a cursory glance about, and then dropped back down to the street. Slowly letting out his breath, Haern gave thanks to Asher that their whispers had gone unheard. "It's dangerous thinking," Thren whispered after a moment. "Believing it possible that woman could defeat you in a fight. Musian is the most dangerous foe there is. If there's another soul alive you cannot defeat, then Musian has already won." "Musian may be able to defeat me in a fair fight," Haern said, "but I didn't think we planned on fighting fair. The better question is whether or not he can take down the two of us in a chaotic melee. No matter how good he is, no one is that good. We'll defeat him, Thren. We have to. We'll tear at his guild piece by piece until there's nothing left. Victory will soon follow." Thren seemed to consider this, and then he shook his head, frowning deeply. "Have you heard the story of Musian's red wine?" asked Thren. "No, I haven't." Thren shifted again, thumping his knees against the side of the closet as he tried to get comfortable. "The story's more common the farther west you go. When Musian first started his Sun Guild, it wasn't much in terms of numbers, just a small piece of Mordena that he carved out for himself. A few times the other guilds tried to crush him, insulted by this elven upstart that dared to play their game. Musian made them pay every single time. It's how he lived so long when others had more coin, more power, or more influence. He didn't need to be the strongest. He just had to ensure the cost of destroying him was greater than anyone was willing to pay. Then something changed. He vanished for a few weeks, and when he returned, he bore the blackened hand that gave him his name. With that hand came vicious expansion. No longer happy with his little corner of Mordena, he sought dominion over every single street. Suddenly, he wasn't a curiosity or a minor player, but a major force threatening to topple the other guilds as street after street fell to the sun. To have an elf usurp them all? Preposterous, and that alone helped unite the thief guilds against Musian. They struck back, hard. They killed over half his members in a single night, robbing his warehouses and burning what they could not carry. Complete and thorough humiliation, Watcher, of the like that would have made any sane man or woman surrender. At first it seemed even Musian himself saw the hopelessness of his situation. He called for a meeting between him and the 7 other guild leaders, and they agreed to attend once he allowed a priest to oversee the meeting. "A priest?" asked Haern. "Why would they involve themselves?" "Things aren't like here in Veldaren, Watcher. The priests of Karak wield far greater power in Mordena, and they do not remain neutral in affairs like they do here. Should a man call for a priest to oversee a matter, the weight of the temple would ensure no promise was broken. So Musian swore, under penalty of retribution by Karak's temple, that no guild leader would suffer harm. And so they came, one after the other, expecting to hear Musian's terms of surrender." Thren laughed. "I can only imagine the smug looks on their faces, their self-congratulatory remarks to one another at toppling the heathen elf. 'Start the meeting,' they said once they were all there, but Musian begged for a few minutes more. 'I'm waiting for the wine,' he tells them. A gift, you see. They all thought it an offered gift as part of his request for peace. And then, sure enough, in comes a man holding this giant barrel of wine, pops it open, and then Musian takes the first drink. 'Excellent,' he says. 'Now bring in the rest.'" It was strange listening to his father tell the story. He was a natural storyteller, as men who demanded attention at all times often were.
But what put Haern's hair on edge was not the story he told, but the way he spoke of the elf, the way he delivered those lines accompanied by grand gestures of his hands. Thren didn't just admire Musian. No. As Thren continued his tale, Haern sensed the bond between them was far stronger than mere admiration or respect. The wounds were there, but as Thren's words cast a spell over him, he knew that Musian had once been someone his father loved. On their trip west to the stronghold, a man of the Sun Guild had called Thren the heir of Musian. Listening to the story, Haern realized how much was hidden there that he did not understand. "And so they bring in the rest," Thren continued. "7 women and children, wives, lovers, sons and daughters. Musian's men dragged in at knife point, 1 for each of the leaders. Then the rest of Musian's guild, hiding high above in the rafters, fired their crossbows, killing the various guards those fools had brought. All acceptable to the priest of Karak, of course. If those bastards are anything, it's loyal to the letter and not the spirit of a law. 'Bring me the first,' Musian says. Some say it was a man's wife, others his gay lover, but most agree it was his daughter Musian called over. Cup in one hand, dagger in the other, he cuts this little girl's palm and then squeezes drops of blood into the cup. After that he fills the rest with wine from the barrel and hands it to that girl's father. And then he gave his edict, Watcher, solidifying himself as a terror they would never defeat, as an enemy that would forever endure." Thren hesitated, and Haern sensed the manipulation of it, the building of anticipation. But in truth, Haern did want to hear. "What did he say?" he asked. "This is the cup I offer. Surrender to me, drink of my wine, and you shall live. Refuse it, deny my authority, and all of my men and women shall share a drink instead. 1 cup, or 100. Make your choice." Haern felt a chill sweep through his veins. "How many resisted?" he asked. There was no hiding the smile on his father's face when he answered. "Only 1. Musian made sure they all watched the drinking of every single cup. After that, no one dared refuse him. They knew how far he would go, much farther than they would ever dare, and unlike them, Musian had no loved ones, no ancestors, and no children. Just his guild. By harming his guild, they'd harmed the closest thing he had to loved ones, so he hurt their loved ones in return. They thought they'd cowed him, humbled him. Fools. They only made him that much more desperate. All men are dangerous when backed into a corner, but Musian turns it into a damn art form." Haern shot another look through the crack of the closet at the daylight beyond, and it felt as if he searched for the monsters that used to hide underneath his bed when he was a child. Again he thought of Thren's supposed title, and he had no choice but to ask. "You told Ridley you were Musian's heir," Haern said. "What does that mean? What is your connection with him?" Thren fell silent for a moment, and when Haern looked his way, he was stunned to see his father subtly shifting his gaze to not look him in the eye. "I was just a street orphan," Thren said. "My mother worked at a tavern, and I never met my father, only knew he was a soldier she slept with for a few days. When she died, I had nothing, no one, and so I stole to live. Musian came upon me one day, and he saw something in me, as well as my only friend Grayson. He tested us, made us prove ourselves, and when we succeeded, he adopted us as his heirs. He was the closest person I ever had to a father, teaching me how to kill, how to hide, how to command attention and respect. It was his lessons I tried to emulate the best I could with my own sons." Again came the heavy silence, and with it came 1,000 childhood memories, each one tainted by the haunting spectre of Musian the Dark Hand.
When did you turn against him? Haern asked, unable to bear the silence. Only when Grayson returned with the Sun Guild a few months back. Coming to Veldaren was our final test. I was to conquer the underworld to prove my worthiness as his heir. Apparently I failed. And you're largely considered the reason why, Watcher. Consider that another of your accomplishments, if you wish. I'd rather be remembered for stopping Musion. You're a has-been at this point, old man. He grinned at Thren, who, shockingly enough, grinned back. My time has not yet passed, Watcher. We'll take down Musion, but we won't do it how you suggested, not piece by piece. It must be complete and thorough. The cutting off of a head with a single clean stroke. A gradual defeat will give him time to recover, to plan, or even worse, to destroy the entire city with those tiles. Musion will never surrender. The thought will never enter his mind. But if he thinks the city is lost to him, he'll burn it all to the ground before letting it fall into anyone else's hands. Reminds me of someone else I know. From the dark corner came Thren's laughter. So true, he said. So very true. Haern looked once more, then pushed open the closet door. They're bound to have moved on by now, he said. Not quite, Thren said. Scouts will remain behind, but we can handle a few scouts, can't we? He led the way, shifting so he could peer left and right without sticking his head out the window. One to the right, he whispered. Follow my lead. Thren turned about, reached through the window to grab the roof, and then yanked himself up. Haern did likewise, and once both were on the rooftop, Haern did a quick scan of his surroundings. Scouts did indeed remain, 2 that he could see. The one Thren had spotted lurked with his back to them on the edge of a rooftop, scanning the street below. The other was several 100 feet away, just a brown outline in the distance. Move fast, Thren whispered. Together they ran across the rooftop, leaped across the street, and grabbed the roof on the other side. Twin images. They pulled up, bounded forward, and drew their weapons. Their passing made no noise, gave the scout no warning. Haern fell back a half-step to let his father take the lead, and like a bull, Thren slammed into the man, his horns the 2 short swords he wielded in his hands. Blood spilled as they toppled over the roof, Thren shifting so his knees were braced against the scout's chest. When they hit the ground, the wet, crunching noise of lungs and ribs mashing together was the only death cry the scout would make. Hooking a hand on the side of the roof, Haern used it to swing low, hung for a moment to kill his momentum, and then released so he could fall silently beside the mess. A glance about showed they had not yet been noticed by those passing on either side of the alley. Meanwhile, Thren pulled himself free of the body, unfazed by the gore on his clothes. Instead, he took his sword, covered it with fresh blood, and then started sliding it along the brick wall of the building they just leaped off of. With the smooth precision of a painter, Thren dipped his sword in and out of the blood as he drew. You counter fear with defiance, his father said, voice soft, resolve hardened. You counter arrogance with mockery. It's been a long time since someone truly challenged Musion, and even longer since he had his nose bloodied. But this is my city, and he's going to learn the hard way that I will never drink from the cup he offers. When he was done, he stepped back to examine the mark of the spider scrawled across the wall. Haern stared at it, remembering how that symbol had given him pride when he was a child, then fear and loathing when he was a homeless vagrant rebelling against the underworld. After he assumed his role as the Watcher, the spider had become something weaker, something managed and controlled. But what was it now? Defiance? Rebellion? Why did it no longer fill his stomach with dread? Haern knelt down beside the body, and he drew his own dagger to dip into the bloody mess. They were fighting a war, he realized. War had casualties, both on and off the battlefield. He couldn't keep dreading doing the wrong thing. They had to win, for the sake of everyone. What had he told Ghost once? I'm the monster this city needs. Not its protector, not its savior. Its monster. Which meant no longer feeling guilt at the killings, wincing at the pain of his enemies.
It was time to embrace a far darker part of his past. 4 strokes in and out of the blood, that was all it took for him to draw a symbol he'd not used in years. "We should find the other scouts," Haern said when he was done. "Musion's fond of messages, so let's send him one in return. He'll learn to fear us equally in both day and night." Thren agreed, and back to the rooftops they climbed, leaving behind the message that would grace many other walls that day. 2 marks drawn in blood, Thren's spider and the Watcher's eye. 2 marks, side by side. Chapter 9. It was a day Elisa had thought would never come, despite having dreamed of it for years while growing up a child of the Trifect. Back then she'd imagined extravagant parties, exotic food, and distinguished guests gathered from all 4 corners of Desrel to witness her take the hand of a handsome man of noble birth, stare lovingly into his eyes, and declare herself his wife until the last breath upon this world. But there would be no guests, no parties, and when she gazed up into the eyes of her betrothed, she would see darkness, not love. "You look lovely," one of her servants said as they finished tightening and tying the last of the strings upon the back of her corset. "You tell me that every morning." "More lovely than usual?" she said in a vain attempt to correct herself. "Stop being cruel," Elisa told herself, and she forced a smile. "If you say so, then I believe you," she said. "Given how long it's taken, it'd be insulting for me to think you've not given me your best efforts." There were 3 servant girls applying her cosmetics and aiding in dressing her, and she sensed all 3 let out sighs of relief. Of all parts of the day, Elisa treated the ritual of primping and preening with the least amount of patience. But this was the day of her wedding. If any day was worth the time and effort, this was it. "If you're finished, leave me be," she told them. "Yes, milady," they said in unison, quickly filing out and leaving Elisa alone in a grand washroom. Before her was a mirror, and she pretended to see herself in its reflection. Every time she failed. Her skin and hair she could picture easily enough, a soft smile on her lips, but her eyes ruined the illusion. They were always solid black orbs, lifeless, dead. "Windows to the soul," she thought. "If that's true, what soul is left within me?" A knock on the door stirred her from that grim thought. "Yes?" she asked. It's me, Terence. I was hoping I could have a word with you before the ceremony." Elisa felt a tingle in the back of her mind, one of warning. Terence was a distant cousin of hers, a kind, intelligent young man, who'd aided with the management of her finances and trade for over 4 years. Terence rarely came to her unless he wished to talk business, and only then if it was important. So what was so important he must discuss it prior to the wedding? "Come in," she said, and the door opened and then shut. "Though there's not much ceremony to speak of, Terence. We'll be wed before one of the king's lawyers, not a crowd of friends." She heard Terence clear his throat, and unable to endure his lurking behind her like that, she spun around on her seat and crossed her arms over her tight, grossly expensive dress. "What is it?" she asked. "Even without eyes, I can tell you're shifting about as if holding in a piss." A crude joke might have relaxed most people and pried open their lips, but with Terence it seemed only to make things worse. Wishing she had eyes so she could roll them, Elisa uncrossed her arms and adopted a more nurturing tone. "Whatever it is, don't be afraid to tell me. You know how much I trust you." "It's about Victor," Terence blurted out. "Of course it is," thought Elisa. "Oh?" she said, pretending to be surprised. "And what of him?" The young man cleared his throat, and by his footsteps she could tell he'd begun pacing. "Well, after your engagement, he came to me about integrating his property, as well as his debts, into the Gemcroft family holdings. All fair, of course, but his debts—" "I know Victor's holdings were not great," she said, hoping that was all Terence fretted over. It wasn't. "No," he said, "it's not just that. He's been taking coin from our savings to pay his mercenaries. He claimed it part of his debts,
but I've had discussions with the leaders, and it's clear what's going on, especially when looking over his holdings. We're paying for both his family's soldiers and his mercenaries. All of them, for work both the past 6 months and 6 months from now. Elisa felt her throat tighten. A large part of why she'd agreed to an engagement with Victor had been his loyal soldiers and the respect he commanded. But if she could have gained all of that just by contacting the mercenary guild and throwing around a mess of coin— "Why did you not speak with me about this sooner?" she asked him. Terence cleared his throat, a nervous tic of his she was well familiar with. "Victor strongly implied it would be unwise for me to bring this to your attention." "I'm sure he did." "You've done the right thing," she told him. "Please, have a servant fetch Victor so I may speak with him." "As you wish, milady." As she sat there in her chair, Elisa's mind raced over what she might say, what she might do. Did it matter if he was spending her coin? Come their marriage, she'd assume all his debts, all his costs, and be paying for the men just the same. Something about it unnerved her, though. It felt like a portent of things to come, of deals made behind her back and servants threatened in the dark. Worse, though, was how Victor saw himself as an honorable man. No doubt everything he'd done, everything he'd one day do, he'd justify to himself as necessary. No, she decided. She was entering into the marriage under promises of future greatness, and for a pretense of stability and power she no longer had. To go in blind— Elisa laughed at herself. Of course she was going in blind, but at least she could try, however vainly, to open her eyes to the man Zusa had feared he was. A knock on the door, no doubt Victor. "Come in," she said, folding her hands on her lap. She heard the door open and close, then heavy footsteps as Victor entered the room, crossing the distance. Gently, she felt him take her hand, and she did her best to smile. "By the gods," said Victor. "Your beauty is stunning, truly stunning." "So my girls tell me." "They were not lying, I can assure you of that. With but a smile, I'd wager you could make yourself queen." "Was that not what our marriage was for?" she asked, deciding there would be no dancing around the issue. Truth be told, such games didn't suit her. "Strength," she told herself. "You once relied on strength. You can do so again." She sensed Victor's disapproval of such questioning, but he smoothly attempted to deflect it. "Today is a day of happiness," he said, patting her hand. "Not a time to discuss such serious things." "But we will discuss it, Victor. I've forfeited my happiness for the trifecta before, and I'll do so again if I must. You promised me my son would be king. If you wish to kneel with me before a priest later today and take on the name of Gemcroft, you'll tell me exactly how you plan to make that come to pass." Victor sighed, and if she could see and be certain not to miss, she'd have slapped him for it. "Such a thing will take time and patience," he said, his footsteps letting her know he had begun pacing. "In a sword duel, sometimes the way to victory isn't by hacking and slashing at your foe, but instead letting them make a mistake, perhaps an errant swing or an overextension, and then taking advantage of that mistake. Deposing King Edwin successfully will involve perfect timing and expert manipulation of the people, and until certain factors line up, we cannot make our move." "What factors?" she asked. "What is it we are waiting for?" Another damn sigh. "The king to die, of course. It's only a matter of time. He has no heirs and no wife. While the noble bloods only grumble and mutter about it under their breath, it won't be like that for much longer. No clear successor means war upon his death, and a throne dozens may attempt to seize. Someone will kill him in hopes of taking it for themselves. It doesn't have to be us. For Karak's sake, even Musion may end up doing us the favor. He's already threatened to. It may just take a few well-placed rumors and lies to convince the elf to carry through on his threat." The whole time he spoke, Elisa felt her throat tightening and her heart beginning to pound in her chest. "Is that so?" she said, struggling to keep her tone neutral. And when the king dies, then we seize the castle. Between your house soldiers and my growing army of mercenaries, we can storm its gates with ease. With the king dead, it's possible no one will be there to resist us. Power is all about image, Elisa, and once we declare ourselves king and queen from the throne, much of the battle will already be won. It was enticing, of course. A wonderful dream. A beautiful suicide. Armies will march on us, she said. We won't have the manpower to guard the walls, and your unprotected lands will be conquered in days. Someone with a better claim. Listen to me, Elisa, Victor said, pacing halted. You are Elisa Gemcroft, she with fire in her veins. When you declare yourself queen, tell me who in their right mind would dare challenge you, when challenging you means challenging the entirety of the trifect. Not a coin passes through this land your empire hasn't touched. You control the mines, the Conningtons, the farms and merchant guilds, the Keenans, the ships that sail the waters, and the boats little Tory Keenan doesn't control, the merchant lords do, and now they themselves are your allies. Turning against you would be financial suicide. No, every lord and lady will line up to kiss our asses in hopes of benefiting from the new rulers of Eldarin. Married rulers, strong, wise, and with a named heir. Elisa could sense the threads of possibility woven throughout, but intermixed was desperation, even insanity. The trifect had remained in power since the departure of the brother gods precisely because it refused to accept the responsibility of the crown. Better to manipulate those in power than to bear such a burden oneself. To take up that burden now, when the trifect felt more fragile than it had in decades, with Tories so young and the Conningtons still bickering over who would replace the dead Stephen? Madness. But she'd told Zusa she saw no hope in any other future, and she still felt that helplessness hanging over her. Steeling her jaw, she swore to cast it off, and heart pounding harder, she vowed to make it all work, to endure even Victor's foolishness while gaining from him what she could. I understand, she said. Are they ready for us outside? It took Victor a moment to realize what she meant. Yes, the priest is here, as is the lawyer, but the kitchen's just started preparing the feast, and I don't know if Nathaniel's dressed yet. I don't care. Elisa rose from her seat and offered Victor a hand. This isn't about love, Victor. Just power and respect. Take me to my garden. Let's sign our names, and before both God and King declare you a member of the trifect. Not quite the sweet words I imagined hearing from my betrothed on our wedding day, he said, taking her hand in his. At that, Elisa could not help but laugh. Whatever expectations you have of me, Victor, I suggest you lower them. You're my husband now, and it won't be long before you discover how far less noble I am than you. I'm not your husband yet, he said as he tightened his grip and led her from her room toward the garden. On their way, they encountered Terence, and Elisa tensed when she heard Victor call out his name. The wedding begins now, Victor told him, hardly slowing as he guided Elisa through the hall. Send only those necessary into the garden. Of course, Terence said, and she sensed his unease in the slight quiver of his voice. Onward they went, passing through doors, until a gust of fresh air blew against her skin. Reflexively closing her eyes against it, Elisa pretended she could see the colors of the flowers, the golden light shining down through swaying leaves, and the carefully managed carpet of green grass. She had her memories to guide her, to aid in the pretending, and for one brief moment she was happy. They should be ready soon, Victor said, shattering the illusion. Good, Elisa said, swallowing down the lump in her throat. Very good. Awkwardly she stood there, holding Victor's hand, waiting for the ceremony, or what little there would be, to begin. Ah, the lovely couple, said an older voice, and Elisa turned his way. Forgive me, but with such haste this will be a most unusual ceremony. Are you sure you would rather not wait? "Are you the priest?" she asked. "I am." "Then say only what you must. I care not for the ceremony." The older man cleared his throat, and she sensed him turning his attention to Victor. "The lawyer is here as well. We may begin whenever you wish." Victor squeezed Elisa's hand tight. "We are ready," he said. Some shuffling. The older man coughed, and then, without pomp, he began. "I ask the each of you, Lady Elisa Gemcroft and Lord Victor Kane, do you promise your love, your trust, and your faithfulness to one another, to become in union something blessed and holy before the sight of our god Asher?" "We do," said Victor. "We do," said Elisa, and she felt the tightening of invisible ropes about her neck with each syllable. "Then before Asher, as witnessed by a representative of His Majesty King Edwin Vaylor, I declare you husband and wife, Lord and Lady Gemcroft. May you know only happiness in your years together, from this first moment of new life to the grave and the life beyond." "If you'd sign here," said another man, younger, sounding bored and even a little annoyed. The lawyer, she decided. The guest confirmed when a quill was placed in her free hand. Victor released her other hand, took her wrist, and guided her to the line, where she signed with a quick scribble she knew was getting worse every day. That done, she handed over the quill, felt her husband take her hands. "My lovely wife," he said, leaning closer, his voice dropping. "It is such an honor to become a member of the Gemcroft family. I pray you trust me always, and I promise you I will never, ever let you regret this day." "Such grand promises," she said, doing her best to smile. She sensed him dipping lower, felt his lips upon hers. She kissed back once, lips pressed tightly closed together, her back arching away from him ever so slightly. From all around she heard soft, scattered applause from the few servants in attendance. As Victor pulled away and squeezed her hands, all Elisa could think of was how glad she was Zusa hadn't witnessed that cold mockery of a kiss. Chapter 10. As the sun set behind the walls of the city, Musian waited for Zusa at the entrance to his guild house, having sent runners to find her half an hour before. Despite the seriousness of the night, it still put a smile on his face to see her come strolling up the road. So much confidence in her step, conveyed with every swing of her hips, and the daggers belted to them. To think servants of Karak would wish her smooth skin hidden, her green eyes veiled. "You summoned me?" she asked once she could speak without shouting. "I heard you had a run-in with Thren and the Watcher," he said. "I did. They escaped, but I promised not to let them do so again." "They're skilled foes," Musian said, shaking his head. "Make no such promises, for they are beyond even your control. In time, though, they'll make a mistake, and you will be there to ensure they pay for it." Zusa waited before him, arms crossed over her chest. She tugged at the collar of her coat, and Musian wondered how much she might prefer a cloak instead. "They'll grow bolder with each day they live," she said. "Such confidence is dangerous. Will you not go after them instead?" Musian stepped close, and he ran his fingers through her short, dark hair. "For such skill and beauty, you've lived only in shadows and secrecy," he told her. "If you kill Thren or the Watcher, your name will be envied throughout the underworld. But should you kill them both, my legacy is already set in stone. Yours is young, and I would give you the chance to make it something beautiful." It was impressive, if not a little disappointing, how controlled she remained at his touch. No excitement, no tilting of the face, no disgust either, nor repulsion. Simply put, he didn't know what he was to her. Given her skill, her beauty, he decided that come peaceful times, he would put far more effort into investigating the riddle that was the former faceless woman. Walk with me, he said, and she joined him as he traveled down the road. Do you wish something of me? She asked. Besides your lovely company? He lifted an eyebrow, but again she gave him no clue, no reaction. The cloth may as well have never left her face. She was so guarded and unreadable. Besides that, yes, she said. Muzian let out a sigh, and he forced his mind to more pressing matters. I know the priests of Karak have a strong presence in the city, he said, but what I do not know is where their temple is located. I've scoured this entire city and found nothing. Yet those in power insist it is real, yet also insist they cannot bring me to it lest they suffer greatly. This troubles me, for I need to discuss matters of importance with Karak's followers. You wish me to lead you to the temple, Zusa said. It was not a question. I do. For once that perfect visage cracked, and he saw the barest hints of an internal debate raging within. I will lead you there, she said, but I will not enter. Should they recognize me, there will be blood spilled, and I will not risk becoming their prisoner again. Silence fell over them as they walked, and Muzian debated how to react. By refusing to enter the temple, she was refusing him, regardless of whether he had actually given the order. Part of him wanted to break her for it, to let her know her life depended on accepting his wishes no matter how strongly they risked her life or filled her with repulsion. But she was clearly different from his other guild members, something special, and given the wounds of her past, as well as the risk of complications should the priests recognize her, he decided to let the matter slide. Very well, he said, lead me to their temple doors, and I shall force you to travel no closer than that. That appeared acceptable enough, and she nodded. All right, she said, follow me. She led him to the eastern district of the city, where the homes were built tall and guarded, revealing the power and wealth of those who resided safely away from the poverty of the other districts. Amid the affluence was a somber-looking mansion with heavy iron gates surrounding it. Zusa paused before it, and she nodded in the building's direction. Is this the temple? He asked. It is, but not quite, she said. Put your hand on the gate. He did, his eyes not on the mansion but on her. Repeat after me, she said. I see through your illusions. I see through your illusions. At that, the mansion shimmered, then changed into an impressive structure of black stone, the front smooth, decorated only with pillars and the enormous skull of a lion hanging above the doorway. The gate opened a crack on its own, and Muzian pushed it farther so they might pass. On the obsidian walkway he stepped, but Zusa did not follow. This is as far as I go, she said. Again he thought to rebuke her, then let it pass. I understand, he said, thinking of at least one way to exert some measure of control. Wait just outside, though, and do not leave until I come back for you. If you insist. She bowed low, and he dipped his head in return. Putting his back to her, he crossed the obsidian to the imposing double doors set in a deep recess behind the dark pillars and carved lions. Before them he paused, unsure of what he would ask. He was forced to decide quickly, for the doors cracked open, and a young man stepped out and bowed. How might we help you? The man, little more than a boy, asked. I wish to speak with whoever wields the greatest power within this temple, Muzian said. The boy didn't seem too impressed with the request. That would be our high priest, Pelarak, he said. But he must agree to speak with you, which is doubtful, for the high priest is a very busy man with many important duties. There are others who may hear your confession or accept your tithes, should you wish to kneel before the altar and wait for attending. Muzian smirked at the word tithes. I doubt your priests would so readily accept any tithes I might offer. He said, Go tell Pelarak that Muzian the Dark Hand stands at his door. I assure you, The high priest will find time to meet with me." "Very well," the boy said, bowing. With a deep thud, the doors shut, leaving Musian alone between the pillars. Leaving him there was disrespectful, but Musian knew enough of the gods and their servants not to be surprised. They obeyed but one lord, and all others, no matter how much wealth and power they wielded, would always be treated as inferior. After several minutes, the doors reopened. "Follow me," the boy said, then turned to lead the way without waiting to see if Musian followed. When he stepped into the temple, Musian felt a shiver shoot up his spine. This is not the home of a sane god, he thought, an almost instinctual decision. Everything seemed fine to his eyes, just humans making their meager attempts to worship and make offerings to the divine. As he followed the boy, he passed by rows of little candles, as well as numerous paintings of their god, Karak, as his worshippers guessed him to have looked when he first walked the land. The entry hall had rows of hardwood benches, the carpet a soft red. The feel in the air made him uncomfortable, he decided, the quiet anger that seemed to echo from every wall. And then he stepped before the great statue of Karak in the grand foyer, and he knew his instinct had been correct. Karak's visage carved of stone towered over the few priests kneeling before him. A blood-stained bowl lay at its feet, former contents splashed across its legs and chest. The god stood with sword in one hand, fist raised high to the heavens in the other. Deep purple light shone across him from all sides, coming from braziers at the statue's feet that burned the same somber color. The very sight of the statue filled Musian with a momentary desire to kneel, immediately followed by complete revulsion. He would bow to no god, not Celestia, and certainly not one of the failed, pathetic human deities that had come to Desrel fleeing their own failures on another world. From there they passed through a door, Musian's guide pausing to dip his head in respect to the statue. Musian ignored it the best he could, and was glad when they were deeper in the temple, out of sight of the horrible thing. They passed by several doors, none of them marked, before the boy stopped and knocked on one of them. The moment the door opened, the boy stepped aside, bowed his head, and took a position waiting, leaving Musian with no choice but to introduce himself to the high priest of the temple. "Greetings," he said as the pale man stepped out. "I am Musian the Dark-Hand, and I have come to talk." "Come in," said Pelarak, swinging the door open wider. "I am honored to have you as my guest." The bedroom was plain, simple. A padded bed, a desk, a chair, and a filled bookshelf were all that decorated the room. Given the grandeur of everywhere else in the temple, Musian found it a nice change of pace. Pelarak himself was unimposing enough, though he carried himself with the air of one with absolute authority. When he spoke, every syllable came out as if he were declaring the immutable law of the heavens. "I thank you for allowing me this visit," Musian said, deciding there would be no harm in attempting civility at the start. "Believe it or not, this is a historical occasion," Pelarak said, dipping his head in respect. "You are the first of Celestia's children to ever set foot within our temple." "Perhaps I am the first to ever desire to," he said, flashing his most charming smile. "Though perhaps desire is too strong a word for my situation. No, I come because I must, Pelarak. There are traitors in your midst, and they must be dealt with before the damage they deal cannot be undone." Whatever pleasantness had been in Pelarak's smile and voice immediately vanished. He shut the door behind Musian so they might have total privacy, then stepped away. "Tell me," he said, "and do not mince words. I am not one for games and riddles, and your tongue will bring death upon the names you offer, or upon you, should you come into our home spreading lies and chaos. You're a man of power, Pelarak, but I assure you I am one of very few you should never threaten." Pelarak smiled at him, the smile of a king on his throne leering down at a penniless servant. You are inside Karak's most sacred temple, and are surrounded by his faithful, he said. I make no threats, only simple statements of truth. Speak lies to me, and you will die, Musian. Already Musian could tell his entire visit to the temple would be distasteful. Still, he had more important things to worry about than a few petty stabs at his pride. From before my arrival, I have been working with members of your priesthood, Musian said, 2 men in particular, Luther and Daverick, both seeking to keep their efforts hidden from you and your ilk. Upon hearing the names, Pellerak swallowed hard and sat down in his plain chair. "What did they offer you?" he asked. Daverick ensured my men could enter the city without hassle from the guards, smuggling in supplies, weapons, and merchandise to sell on the streets. In return, I was to position stone tiles bearing the mark of my guild throughout the city. "I've seen them," the priest said. "Was that all they wished of you? The smuggling of those tiles? It is a strange payment to demand." "It was," Musian said, "which meant the tiles hid something. Not that I was surprised, but I expected something mundane. But they're not, Pellerak, and that is why I'm here. I've come for an explanation to the madness I've discovered." Pellerak's eyes narrowed. "Explain yourself," he said. Musian put a hand on the desk and leaned closer, staring the priest in the eye so he would see he spoke no lie. "The tiles have been filled with fire and thunder. Upon their breaking, they destroy anything in the vicinity, be it stone or wood or flesh. Karak's magic is at work, and I need to know what goal could possibly be served by leveling the entire city." Pellerak took a deep breath and then let it out. "The destruction these tiles can accomplish," he said. "You've seen it?" The elf nodded. "I had one broken with a sledge. The ensuing eruption left a crater in the grass and turned 4 men, plus my wagon, into a pile of ash. Given how many are scattered throughout the city, someone out there has the power to turn this entire city into a monument of fire and ruin." The priest rocked back and forth a moment. He was shaking, and when he spoke, Musian realized that he shook with rage. "I assure you such action was never once condoned by our order," he said. "Whatever Daverick and Luther have done, it was done behind our backs, making them traitors to our order." "It's still not too late for it to be rectified," Musian said. "Bring Daverick here before us, and we shall hear the answer from his own lips why he has put your entire city in danger." Pellerak sighed. "It isn't that simple," he said. "Daverick is dead. Murdered 5 days ago." "Murdered? By whom?" The priest hesitated. "This is a matter that does not concern you. Only members of the faith." "Priest," Musian said, his voice dropping lower. "I would prefer to be the judge of what does and does not matter when it comes to the destruction of my city. I have been used by a madman, so if you wish to help me undo the damage, then keep no secrets from me. I am not your enemy here. Now tell me all you know about Daverick and why he was murdered." The priest thought it over a moment longer, then finally relented. "So be it," he said. "2 of Daverick's students witnessed his murder at the hands of a former lover and traitor to our faith, Zusa the Faceless. A personal matter, I'm sure, with nothing to do with your arrangements." Despite the many years Musian had spent learning to control his reactions, he nearly let his surprise show at hearing Zeus's name. "That explains why you refused to enter the temple," he thought, vowing to investigate that curious tidbit further when he had more time. "Then that leaves Luther for us to receive our answers from," Musian said. "Last I heard he was in Kur. I know your kind has ways to communicate across long distances, and surely this is an occasion worthy of that ability." Pellerak shook his head, and he seemed to sink farther into his chair. "I received a scroll 10 days ago from the stronghold," he said. "It warned against potential intruders, for it seemed a man by the name of Haern. had broken into the stronghold and slain Luther in his room. The paladins captured him, but the next night he broke free. Though whether alone or not, the High Paladin could not say for certain. As for the reason, none was given, and we had nothing to go on as to why Haern might have done so. Now, though— Pelorak looked back up at him, brow furrowed, cold eyes piercing his. Now it seems we have a reason. There are others involved in whatever game you and Luther were playing, Muzian. As for the intruder, Haern is likely the one known as the Watcher of Velderen, and the attack on the stronghold matches up with the weeks he went absent. An absence your own guild used well to its own advantage, I must say. Muzian's pulse had begun to race, and he forced down his smile, kept at bay his growing excitement. So do you think the Watcher was working with Luther? He asked, even though he knew the answer. Better to ask, though. Better to let Pelorak think answers eluded him. I don't know, Pelorak said. We have been debating how we shall respond to such a grievous insult. The proof is meager, with only a name given under duress, and it easily could have been a lie. Taking down the Watcher would involve casualties, of that we are certain. A vocal group of our temple insists we let the paladins come here to seek their own vengeance, given how their failures let him escape in the first place. But if the Watcher was indeed behind the placing of these tiles, any attempt to take him could prove disastrous. The tiles erupt in enormous fire and force upon activation, yes? I fear whoever placed them will be able to activate them upon demand, granting this person frightening power. This doesn't feel like something within the Watcher's capabilities or morality, Muzian said. Then who else, Muzian? Under normal circumstances, given your placing of the tiles, I would assume you the one with the key to activating them. And if you are not, we have no other guesses. Muzian had one. Not that he would let the priest know it. After all, during the Watcher's absence, there'd been another man mysteriously absent. Can you see if your priests can disarm them? He asked. Pelorak rose to his feet. I will see what I can do. If it is beyond the power of our temple, I will find you and inform you so you might discover a different solution. Such candor struck Muzian as humorous, and as the man led him to the door, he said so. By your words, you make it sound as if we are friends, if not allies, Muzian said. Pelorak paused, hand on the door handle. We are not blind to your arrival, he said, glancing over his shoulder. You seek power and domination, and you can have neither unless the city stands. So long as you keep your focus on the people's pockets, we will remain out of your affairs. Their hearts and souls are ours, though, elf. We heard of your display in the marketplace. Be careful declaring yourself a god. You might make true gods jealous, and there is little more dangerous than that. Muzian flashed him a smile, and he lifted his darkened hand. I know better than most the touch of an angry god, he said, and even so I am not afraid. Good day, Pelorak. For all our sakes, I hope you find a way to remove the teeth from these tiles. Exiting the room, Muzian refused the offered escort back to the front door from the boy in robes. Past the statue of Karak he walked, and this time the effect was far weaker, its gaze no longer focused on him, the purple glow of the fires casting strange shadows upon its sides. Other than fear and demand for obedience, there never was much to you, was there? The elf thought, and he grinned at the statue that could not answer back. Once he was outside the temple, the iron gate surrounding it slamming shut on its own after his passing, he glanced back to see the dark, deserted mansion once more. Several hundred feet down the road, arms crossed over her chest as she leaned against the side of a home, waited Zusa. I hope the trip was worth the time, she said. It was, Muzian said as she joined his side. His mind raced over all he knew. The Watcher would never hold the entire city hostage. Everything Muzian had learned of him showed him to be someone with a strong sense of morality, however misguided it might be. Plus, his truce had appeared to be one made to protect the people, those he viewed as innocent. Killing those innocents? Preposterous. Muzian's former apprentice, however. It seems I have not taken things as seriously as I should, Muzian continued. Thren Fellhorn must be found and eliminated at all costs. We can put a bounty on his head, Zusa suggested. Not that it'll do much good. Too many are still afraid of him, and those who aren't, I doubt, have the skill to take him down. Worse, he's homeless and guildless, just a single man lurking within the hundreds of thousands between these walls. Finding him without his revealing himself will be difficult, to say the least. All true, Muzian said, which means we must work with what we have. She frowned. What does that mean? She asked. Muzian shrugged as he led them toward the guild house so he might gather more of his men for the task at hand. Tell me, Zusa, the markings drawn in blood that were left to mock you this morning, were there two symbols or one? Her eyes seemed to shimmer. With fear or excitement, he could not tell. Two, she said. Exactly. I may not know how to find the spider, but my gut says the Watcher does. Now come. The night is young, and I have a legend to capture.
Chapter 11. Tarlak's eyes snapped open moments before whoever was at his tower door knocked their fist against it. This better be important, he muttered, rolling off his bed, grabbing his hat from the nightstand, and stumbling down the stone staircase in his bedrobes. When he closed his eyes, he saw a glimpse of his doorway as if he were standing outside, though he kept it up for only a second. The last thing he needed was to break his neck rolling down the steps of his own tower. What he saw was enough, though. A soldier in the armor and tabard of the city guard was ramming his fist against the tower door as if he were a barbarian come to loot and pillage. Just, ugh, thought Tarlak as he reached the bottom floor. Good news never ever comes at night, and certainly not from the lips of the city guard. What? Tarlak asked, flinging the door open. The soldier nearly lost his footing, having been in the process of knocking again. Taking a step back, the man began to mutter something of an apology, but Tarlak cut him off. Look, I'm sure you're a nice young lad, he said, but it's far past midnight. I'm tired, and whatever wisdom you've heard about not interfering in the affairs of wizards applies doubly when they're cranky and sleep-deprived. So ignore the pleasantries and tell me why you're here. Antonil sent me, said the young man after overcoming his surprise. Please, you have to hurry to the city. Muzian's taken the king hostage. The wizard blinked a few times, then dug a finger into his ear to clear out whatever was surely interfering with his hearing. Could you repeat that? He asked. The soldier's neck flushed red, and he glared with impatience. Muzian has the king held hostage, he said. He's demanding the Watcher turn himself in. He is? Tarlak asked. Did he say why? If I knew, I'd tell you. All I have are the words Antonil told me, that either the king's head or the Watchers would be on a pike over the city gates come morning. Tarlak knew his ears weren't at fault, but he was still having trouble believing what he was hearing. And I take it Antonil's hoping that I'll hand the Watcher over to save that sorry excuse of a royal brat, may Asher bless his reign? The soldier crossed his arms and looked unsure how to react to such an insult to his king. Deciding it best to ignore it, he shook his head and cleared his throat. No, he said. Sir Antonil said to tell you he wanted Muzian turned into a hooved animal he could send to the butcher's shop, and if not that, then your help killing the bastard would still be appreciated. Tarlak raised an eyebrow. Did he now? He did, said the soldier, and he said to tell you that you'd be paid well for such service to the crown. The wizard finally smiled. See, he said, That's what you need to open with. Tell Antonil we'll be on our way to join him in a few. Thank you, the soldier said, bowing. We're gathering at the western gate. Antonil will be waiting there for your... The soldier was still bowing when Tarlac slammed the door in his face. Holding a ring to his lips, Tarlac spoke into it, knowing his voice would be repeated in every bedroom of the tower. Brugh, Del, wake up, he said. We have a job to do. As they dressed and prepared, Tarlac sat in his chair before the fireplace, still in his bedrobes, and scratched at his goatee. He'd not seen Haern for some time, not since he'd tried and failed to disarm one of Musian's tiles. Such a long absence was worrying, but Tarlac trusted his friend to still be alive. Given the dire circumstances the city was in, and Haern's search for a way to kill Musian, it made sense for him to be absent for long periods. Well, we're ready, Brugh said, leading Delicia down the stairs, he in his plate mail, she in her white priestess robes. Care to tell us what we're doing? Traveling to the city gate, Tarlac said. Someone's set a trap for us, and we're going to spring it. Neither looked rested enough to handle such news. Could you explain further? Delicia asked. Brugh was less diplomatic. Fuck that, I'm going to bed. Get back down here, Tarlac said before the short man could climb a step. This isn't a game. My gut says Musian wants us captured, though I can't begin to guess why. Well, I can guess, but it'd be irrelevant. Thing is, if he wants us, that means he won't stop trying until he does get us. We avoid him now, it makes things dangerous later, and it also means I can't ever trust you two to go out alone. Besides, this is our one chance to get the jump on that elven piss bucket, and I have no intention of letting it slip past. What about Haern? Delicia asked. Shouldn't we wait for him to come with us? No clue when he might return, Tarlac said, rising from his chair. The longer we wait, the more likely Musian realizes we're onto him. I told the soldier, or the man pretending to be one, whichever it is, that we'd be leaving in a few, so that's what we're doing. Could we pretend you meant a few hours, not minutes? Brugh grumbled, eliciting an eye roll from Tarlac. You're not going out in that, are you? Delicia asked, ignoring him and gesturing to Tarlac's bedrobes. Tarlac glanced down at them, grunted, and snapped his fingers. Instantly they changed into his long yellow robes. Patting his multitude of pockets to ensure the various reagents were there, he nodded, then cracked his knuckles. I'll take us to a clearing just outside the west gate, he said. From there, just play it loose and aggressive. Supposedly the king's being held hostage, and we're meeting Antonil's men to prepare for a rescue. My gut says it's at that gate we'll be attacked, so we need to be the ones getting the jump on them, not the other way around. Musian's priority number one. Either of you see a chance to cut him down, you take it. Well, maybe not you, Brugh. You just focus on keeping the two of us alive and kicking. I'll do what I can, smart-ass. Tarlac clapped his hands, took a deep breath, and then prepared to open the portal. Before he could continue the motions, Delicia reached out and put her hand on his, preventing him. This is serious, Tarlac, she said, staring up at him. If you're right, and Musian's planned an ambush, every one of us may be killed. Are you sure you want to do this? Tarlac wrapped her hands with his own. Sis, we might save the life of every man, woman, and child in Veldaren if we pull this off, he said. Of course we have to do this. At least we'll get paid, right? Brugh asked as Tarlac tore open a swirling blue hole in the fabric of reality. No guarantees, but I imagine Musian's head should be worth a sizable reward. Eyes on the prize, Brugh. I like your thinking. With that, he stepped inside, felt his stomach churn, felt the world shift, and then he was standing outside the western gate of the city. Behind him, Brugh and Delicia followed, and he felt a tug on his mind with the passage of each. Once both were through, he clenched a fist, banishing the portal. What makes you so certain it's an ambush? Brugh asked as the three approached the city gate. Musian seems like the type of fellow who'd kidnap a king to get what he wants. Tarlac glanced back toward Brugh, tossed him a wink. If Musian wanted Haern,
he wouldn't kidnap the king to get him. He'd kidnap us. Brugh, already in a poor mood, soured even further.
Lovely,
he said, hands resting on the handles to the punch daggers tucked into his belt.
Just lovely. The things I do for my friends.
At least I'm not making you skip a meal.
Yes, because food is so much more important than losing sleep or walking into a certain ambush. My priorities must be so damned confused.
Shush now, Delicia said, stepping between them, or you'll announce to Musion's men we know of their ambush. I'd think if me and Brugh weren't bickering, it might tip them off something was amiss, Tarlac said, but point taken. He nodded ahead to the gate. I count 12 waiting. Want me to roast them? Or wait until the trap's sprung?
I doubt Musion's one of those 12,
Brugh said, scratching at his beard. No easy feat, given his plate gauntlets.
If you want him, you'll need to let him show himself.
We might be dead or unconscious before that happens. Brugh rolled his eyes.
Then just piss him off so much he appears anyway. I think you can manage that too.
Tarlac drummed his fingers against his thigh, debating. Seeing the 12 armed and armored men waiting in a circle tempted him to blast them apart before they knew battle was upon them, but there was always that slight chance the guard had been telling the truth, and Antonil had actually summoned their band. Killing innocent men on a hunch? The wizard let out a sigh. No, he couldn't do that. He'd have to let the trap be sprung. Just stay sharp, he said as they passed through the open and unguarded western gate. This will get ugly fast. Many of the 12 were watching their approach, their group gathered in the center of the wide road leading deeper into the city. Given the darkness, and how the 12 were jumbled together, it was hard for him to know for certain, but seeing no hint of Antonil's golden armor made him all the more convinced of the ambush. If only they'd do something to confirm it. "Tarlac?" one of the men shouted, taking a few steps toward them. "Yeah?" Tarlac asked back. That was all it took. The frontmost of the group stepped aside, revealing 5 of the imposter guards holding small crossbows, the tips of their bolts no doubt coated with paralyzing or sleeping toxins. Tarlac's hands were already moving before they could fire. The bolts flew with a chorus of twangs, shooting through the air only to come to a sudden halt a few feet in front of their intended targets. "Thanks for that," Tarlac said as the bolts dropped harmlessly to the ground. No longer worried about killing honest guards, the wizard clapped his hands, then spread them forward. Fire surged from his open palms, a wide spray that crossed the distance between them in a heartbeat, bathing the soldiers. As they screamed, Brugh drew his punch daggers and clanged them together. When the fire dissipated, he rushed forward, where the few who'd survived cried out in pain from the burns. "Get back here, you idiot!" Tarlac cried, but it was too late. On the rooftops of the fine homes on either side emerged dozens of men wearing long coats and the 4-pointed star. Summoning another wall of force, Tarlac blocked a second barrage of arrows. Brugh, beyond reach of the shield, shrugged off the few that hit him, the thin, slender shots unable to pierce his heavy armor. Less easy to shrug off was the kick to his head from a woman who leaped from the rooftop, attacking before all the others. As his friend dropped, Tarlac put his back to Delicia's and prepared another protective wall in case their ambushers should fire more arrows. This might have been a mistake, he muttered, praying Brugh would somehow survive out there alone. "Now's not the time to doubt yourself," his sister said, and he heard a soft ringing, saw light shining from her hands. Abandoning their crossbows, the members of the Sun drew their blades and leaped from the rooftops. Hooking his fingers into the necessary formations while incanting the enacting words, Tarlac surrounded the 2 of them with a wall of fire, the flames blazing hot and taller than a man. He thought it'd slow the attackers down, but the men and women leaped through anyway, crossing their arms over their faces and enduring the burns. Tarlac blasted the first 2 with bolts of lightning, and the third he gave an icicle straight through the eye. From behind him he heard another loud ringing, followed by a blast of air as his sister fought with her own holy magic. Trusting his sister to handle her own, Tarlac bathed his hands with fire, a welcome for the next to assault him. They came in a group of 3, 2 men and a woman, using their long coats to protect themselves from the flames. Pushing his wrists together, he unleashed a giant spray of fire, its accompanying rumble and recoil forcing the wizard to brace his legs and dig in his heels. The man in the middle had no hope, his body consumed within the blink of an eye. The other 2 dove sideways, one crossing into the existing wall of fire, the other curling back around just within its reaches, and then lunging with weapon drawn. Trying not to panic, Tarlac twisted to the side, electricity sparking from his fingertips. He brushed the woman's extended wrist, releasing the power into her. For a brief moment her body locked in place, every muscle rigid, and then she collapsed, dead or unconscious, he didn't know. "Tar!" he heard his sister shout, and he turned to find her backpedaling toward him, her hands a blur of light, blinding and disorienting the 2 men chasing her. "I got him," Tarlac said, pulling his hand back to hurl a ball of fire. Movement from the corner of his eye made him pause. A woman sailed through the air, vaulting upside down over his wall of fire as if it were a simple matter. Tarlac froze, for though the clothes were different, he recognized that face and those twin blades. About time something went our way, he thought, as Zusa landed between Delicia and her attackers, but his relief was short-lived. Before his sister could issue a word of gratitude, Zusa rammed an elbow into her stomach, then whipped about to strike her temple with the butt of a dagger. With a meager whimper, she crumpled, her body turning limp. The fire around Tarlac's hands tripled in size. "You lost your damn mind?" he cried, flinging 2 balls of flame. Zusa retreated, twisting her body like a dancer to avoid the attacks. The balls continued, detonating against one of the nearby homes, but he was too furious to care. Preparing to see if Zusa could dodge lightning as easily as she did fire, Tarlac only barely noticed another attacker leaping over his wall of flame. Whirling at the last second, Tarlac unleashed the great barrage of swirling lightning. At least it should have been. Only a ring on the man's hand flared with a sudden red light, preventing the spell from activating. Unimpaired, the man landed before Tarlac, then leaped forward, his feet seeming to never touch the ground. Only it wasn't a man, Tarlac realized as he cast a desperate defense. It was an elf. Twin lances of ice shot from his 2 hands, each one sharp enough to skewer Musian where he stood. The elf was prepared for such an attack, and he leaped out of the way. Both left and right, his body seeming to split into 2 copies. Tarlac realized it was an illusion, but his half-second of confusion was more than enough for someone as fast and deadly as Musian. From both directions the elf closed in. It seemed he wanted Tarlac alive, for neither copy swung his blade, instead leading with elbow and knee. Defending against one or the other could mean picking wrong, so Tarlac did what he did best: improvise. Dropping to his knees, he slammed his fists against the ground, unleashing his power in a shockwave rolling in all directions. To his left, Musian vanished, as if he'd never existed, while on his right, the elf let out a groan as his body halted in midair, then tumbled backward several feet. The wave continued, rattling windows and knocking loose shingles from the roofs of nearby homes. His ring of fire dissipated, and gasping for air, Tarlac rose to his feet, fingers dancing. It seemed the rest of the Sun Guild was content to let its master deal with him, and he couldn't be happier. "Come on," Tarlac said, hurling a bolt of lightning as the elf raced back toward him. Light flashed with its release, and in that flash, Musian shifted aside, just far enough to let the bolt fly harmlessly past. 2 more Tarlac fired, and each time, in that briefest flash, Musian shifted positions. Putting his hands together, Tarlac prepared to unleash a blast so gigantic no dodge would be possible. As he pooled his power, Musian, now frighteningly close, the elf shimmered, then vanished from view. A second later, something hard cracked against the back of Tarlak's head. He dropped to the ground, his legs suddenly too weak to keep him standing. His hat tumbled free before him, landing at the feet of Zusa, who carried an unconscious Delicia. "A shame you weren't better," Zusa whispered, just before shoving him with her foot so he rolled onto his back. Musion towered over him as the world weaved uneasily from the blow to his head. Trying and failing to summon one last spell, Tarlak waved an ineffectual hand toward the elf in his long, dark coat. Musion pulled a rag from one of his pockets, a bottle of fluid from the other. As two other men grabbed Tarlak's arms and pinned him to the ground, Musion dabbed some of the liquid onto the rag and knelt. "Sleep now," Musion said. He smothered Tarlak with the rag, punching him in the gut before he could think to hold his breath. Gasping in, Tarlak was overwhelmed by a sickly sweet smell. Pressure built in his forehead, he tasted copper, and then the growing darkness left him no choice but to obey Musion's command as the fumes carried him away. Chapter 12. It had been a long night, but Zusa expected no relief come the dawn, only an even longer day. She vaulted over the fence of the Gemcroft mansion, stealing Karak's power to float across its spikes and gently down to the ground on the other side. The number of guards on patrol actually impressed her. Perhaps Victor's insistence on his ability to protect Elisa was more than idle boasting. Not that it'd stop her. Across the grass she ran, keeping to the shadows, having no need for doors or windows. A bare wall was her goal, and crossing her arms, she leaped into its darkness. She felt a moment's dizziness, then emerged on the other side into a poorly lit hallway. Zusa let out a relaxed breath, glad to see no soldiers. Victor had been pulling in new men every day. Some might not recognize her, instead thinking she was an assassin. Her clothing would certainly do her no favors. She'd ditched the long coat Musion had given her, but the four-pointed star was still sewn onto the front of her blouse. Glancing around the corner, Zusa caught sight of the door to the master bedroom, and two men stood bored stiff at either side. Pulling back, Zusa debated the best way to go about getting inside. The last thing she wanted was a commotion, given the